number 6, the opposing solo from Kennesaw, Georgia, Lieutenant Tyler Davies. Flying Blue Angel number 5, the lead solo from Atlanta, Georgia, Commander Frank Weisharr. Flying Blue Angel number 4, the slot pilot from McPherson, Kansas, Lieutenant Lance Benson. Flying Blue Angel number 3, the left wingman from Danville, California, Lieutenant Nate Scott. Flying Blue Angel number 2, the right wingman from Fremont, California, Lieutenant Damon Cruz. Ladies and gentlemen, Flying Blue Angel number 1, the commanding officer and flight leader of the Blue Angels, from Los Altos, California, Commander Ryan Bernacki.
Just flip it over.
Okay.
Good morning. On behalf of President Darrell Pines of the University of Maryland College Park and the men and women of the Maryland Fire and Rescue Institute, I would like to offer my sincere appreciation to the Fire and Burn Safety Coalition of Maryland for putting this event together. I would also like to thank coalition members who continue to dedicate their precious time to make public fire and life safety education their life's work. This annual event would not be possible without the combined efforts of our partners, and I would be remiss if I did not take a moment to recognize the Maryland State Firemen's Association, the Maryland State Firemen's Association's Ladies Auxiliary, the Maryland Institute for Emergency Medical Services Systems, and the Office of the Maryland State Fire Marshal. Each one of these organizations plays an important role in this process, and without their participation, this event would not be possible. As the state's comprehensive emergency services training and education system, it is imperative that we support the public fire and life safety education mission. Whether it is residential sprinklers, smoke alarms for the hearing impaired, injury prevention activities, closed doors to sleeping areas, or fire safety programs in our elementary schools, you are making a tremendous difference with respect to saving lives and reducing injuries. Thank you again for all that you do for this great cause, and have a great conference.
Good morning. I'm Dr. Ted Delbridge, the Executive Director of MIEMSS, the Maryland Institute for Emergency Medical Services Systems. Thank you for your ongoing commitment to your fellow Marylanders, your neighbors, by helping to ensure the continuous availability of emergency services of the highest caliber. During the past 12 months, we have addressed unprecedented challenges, responding to a public health crisis, managing the spectrum of typical emergencies within the pandemic as a backdrop, and protecting our own health and that of those around us. Your work, your dedication as individuals and as fire, EMS, and rescue services is outstanding and extraordinary. MIEMSS is proud to be a partner in providing today's program. We are grateful to have the opportunity to collaborate with other public safety partners to focus on the health and safety of our fellow Marylanders, and you, the committed people who respond to their needs and their personal tragedies every hour of every day. I wish we were together in person. I'm looking forward to that day in the not-so-distant future when we will again be able to gather in conference rooms and classrooms. In the meantime, I hope you will enjoy this virtual experience. Have a great day. Stay safe, and thank you for all you do.
Hello, I am Prince George's County Fire and EMS Department's Fire Chief, Tiffany Green. On behalf of Prince George's County Executive, Angela Alsobrooks, and the members of our department, I welcome you to Prince George's County, Maryland, and the 2021 Public Fire and Life Safety Educators Seminar. I wish I were able to be with you in person at the Maryland Fire and Rescue Institute to learn and experience new ways the public can prevent the call. Community risk reduction and fire and life safety educational programs are a vital part of our department's mission to serve. While a virtual gathering can never replace in-person fellowship, I see your schedules are filled with outstanding presentations. I would especially like to highlight one of our department's own, firefighter Mike Wells, and his program, Establishing Your Peer Support Network. Firefighter Wells and the members of our peer support team, working with our department's Employee Assistance Program, have done an outstanding job in improving the mental and emotional health of our members, while working to break the stigma surrounding mental health services for those in the fire service. The COVID-19 pandemic has made fire and life safety education a challenge. Thankfully, the innovative use of social media, online training, and online meetings has allowed us to remain connected to our communities. My heartfelt thanks goes to those who work to provide this platform to share community risk reduction programs. For those of us from Maryland, we know this seminar is a long-running and vital tradition for fire and life safety education. I would also like to thank Maryland State Fire Marshal Brian Geraci, Maryland Fire and Rescue Institute Director Michael Cox, Maryland Institute for Emergency Medical Services Systems Executive Director Dr. Delbridge, and the Maryland State Firemen's Association President Chuck Walker for supporting today's programs. Enjoy your day and welcome to Prince George's County. Please stay safe, stay healthy, and thank you for your work as a fire and life safety educator.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Chuck Walker. I'm the current president of the Maryland State Firemen's Association. And I'd like to welcome you to this year's Fire Prevention and Life Safety Conference. Normally we would be at MFRI's headquarters building in College Park. However, with the environment we live in today with COVID, we're unable to gather in person, so we'll do this virtually this year. There's a lot of people to thank that's already been thanked already ahead of time. I would like to thank the committee, the Fire Prevention Life Safety Conference Committee, for putting this together as they do every year, and thank the people that are involved in this also. And I want to thank the members of the committee from across the state that take the time out to plan this and to have this event every year. So everybody enjoy your time here today, and thank you very much.
Hello, my name is Donna Struntz, President of the Ladies Auxiliary of the Maryland State Firemen's Association. Today I bring greetings on behalf of the Ladies Auxiliary to each of you and welcome you to the virtual training of the Fire Prevention and Life Safety Committee. Even though we cannot gather today, technology is allowing us to not only share knowledge, but the ability to reach those that we normally are not able to share our educational experiences with. Please continue to support the Fire Prevention and Life Safety Committee's efforts to promote education and skills to not only our community educators, but the community at large. Thank you and stay safe out there.
Good morning, everybody. My name is Teresa and Crisman. I'm the current chairman of the Fire Prevention and Life Safety Committee for the state of Maryland. I'd like to say thank you to everyone that's taken part in today's event. I hope that you enjoy our 3 segments that we have here today. We have one on firefighter safety, one on smoke alarm safety, and one on electrical safety. Today, we hope that you're able to take this information, move it forward to your communities for which you serve, and we all come to the same thing, ending fire fatalities across the state. Again, thank you for be a part of today, and I look forward to seeing you all real soon. Thank you. Good morning, everybody. Thank you for attending today's event. At this time, I'd like to introduce Fire Marshal Brian Geraci. This year, we are going on a virtual platform, and we hope everyone will be able to either engage through the YouTube channel or through the social media aspects. And we are also sharing this on the live segments of the MSFA's website. Again, sit back, enjoy, and we hope that you're able to take something from today's event and move it forward for the state of Maryland. Thank you.
Is it okay to walk around, or can I gotta sit here?
Walk around a little bit.
All right. Hey, good morning, everybody. Glad to see you here. Another year that we're here to talk to you about public fire safety education in the state of Maryland. And I'm happy to be here in person, unlike the other people. But it's a great day, and I appreciate you taking the time today. I know it's a beautiful day outside, and it's the first day of spring. And but we're happy that you're here and with us. Just a couple of things we want to bring out is that I want to say thank you first and foremost to everybody. Last year, we saw the lowest number of fire deaths here in the state of Maryland on record. Unfortunately, we still lost 51 folks, but we saw a 37% reduction in residential fire deaths. That's a huge number, huge number. And I think you should all be complimented for the work that you did during the pandemic crisis and still continuing to do public fire safety education, because obviously it's making a difference. We're seeing the numbers come down year after year, and obviously the lowest number. Unfortunately, this year, we're already at 19 fire deaths, 16 of those in residential structures. I think the weather played a lot in this. If you look at it between last year and this year, we obviously had a very mild winter last year, and you can see the numbers by month that we look at, where we saw much higher numbers in January, February this year than we did in January, February of last year. So, you know, I thought we'd see a lot more last year with everybody being home and a number of fires being up and those types of things. And I believe that the fires were up a little bit. But thank goodness the deaths and injuries were down. Again, last year we only lost 1 child last year. And unfortunately in Baltimore City, a 2-year-old toddler. This year we've already lost 2 children up in Hagerstown. So we need to continue those efforts and reaching out to all the populations in our communities, you know, our children, our seniors, and obviously we're seeing that. The common theme in all these is they're preventable. All the fires that we go to that has had a death are preventable fire incidents. You know, and it's just a matter of getting those simple messages out to the community that's going to help us with that. I mean, this year alone, we've already had 3 people that got out of their house and went back inside. You know, get out, stay out. How important is that? It's extremely important. It's part of that overall fire escape plan for your families and those types of folks, whether they live in apartments or a house. We got to reinforce that these folks cannot go back inside a burning building, because they're not going to come back out alive, as we've seen this year. We've already seen several smoking cases and smoking while on oxygen cases. Again, all preventable incidents. The other common factor is the lack of working smoke alarms. We continue to see this throughout the state, where we have these deaths and injuries that the smoke alarms are either there, not working, or not there at all. So it's time to follow the Baltimore City's lead and get back out in the communities. They've gotten back out last week. They're knocking on doors, they're talking to people. Most of the folks here in the fire service have been vaccinated. Even if you're still concerned about going inside someone's residence or they don't want you, at least get out in the community and put flyers at the doors, door hangers or something, but get out in the community and reach out to your folks. It's extremely important that one-on-one contact really makes a difference. We've seen that in other areas. We've seen it here in the state of Maryland. And so if we can do that, get back out there and start working with our communities and getting those messages out there, I would appreciate it. One thing on smoke alarms, I just wanted to mention a few things. The NFPA came out with a study that Teresa sent out to most of the committee members. But I just wanted to highlight some of those things in there. Smoke alarms were present in 74% of the reported home fires in 2014 through 2018. Almost 3 out of 5 homes fire deaths were caused by fires in properties with no smoke alarms, 41%, or smoke alarms that failed to operate. That's what we're seeing here. Exact same thing as we're seeing here in the state of Maryland. People who were fatally injured in home fires with working smoke alarms were more likely to have been in the area of origin, involved in the ignition, to have a disability, or at least 65 years old, to have acted I'm having a hard time today. I know. Have acted irrationally, or tried to fight the fire themselves. So having that information, that knowledge, is really about going and talking to folks about these behaviors and how to overcome those behaviors. Almost 2/3 or 65% of the fatal injuries from fires in homes with smoke alarms occurred in properties with battery-powered alarms. Again, typically what we see here in the state of Maryland. Hardwire smoke alarms operated 94% of the fires considered large enough to trigger a smoke alarm. Battery-powered alarms operated 18% of the time. Compared to home fires with no smoke alarms or automatic extinguishing systems, the death rate per 1,000 reported was as follows. 35% lower when battery-powered smoke alarms were present and AES was not, which is an automatic extinguishing system. 51% lower when smoke alarms with any power source were present and AES was not. 69% lower when hardwire smoke alarms were present but AES was not. And 91% where hardwire smoke alarms and sprinklers were present. We're saying the same thing here. Saying the same thing here in the state of Maryland. We had 3 residential sprinkler saves just this week throughout the state. So we're seeing more saves, thank goodness, than we are seeing deaths or injuries. Because smoke alarms, the 10-year sealed battery smoke alarms and the residential sprinklers are saving lives here in the state of Maryland. We got to continue to support those efforts in all that we do. Continue to support sprinklers, continue to support the smoke alarms, and making sure these folks have the 10-year sealed battery, because obviously I'm sure we're seeing still 9-volt battery out there that people haven't gotten that message yet. So we need to continue to enforce that. And really just want to leave, there's really just 5 things we really need to tell these folks. Is one, we got to focus on smoke alarms, having them on every level of the house, outside the sleeping areas, inside the bedrooms, and also talk about interoperability, the interconnection between the smoke alarms. It's not required by law right now. It's something we're looking at down the road of changing the law to make sure that these smoke alarms are interconnected, but it's a huge factor when the smoke alarms are interconnected, because those are obviously saving lives, because one goes off, they all go off. Again, talk about, close before you doze, closing those bedroom doors at night, how important that is. The family escape plan, we talked about that a little bit. Get out, stay out, and make that 911 call. 5 things that we really got to focus on. If we focus on those 5 things, we're going to be in good shape. We really are. So I appreciate your time today. I appreciate being here today. I can't thank you enough for last year. Tremendous effort on everybody. the Maryland Fire Service, when we all come together, we are a force to be reckoned with. And it doesn't matter what it is, whether it's in public fire education or we're down in Annapolis dealing with the legislators. And I can't thank you enough for all those efforts and the efforts that you do in your communities each and every day. So thank you. Be healthy. Stay safe. If you haven't gotten a shot, go get a shot. And appreciate your time. Unfortunately, I can't stay the rest of the day. I've got another appointment to go to. But again, I want to thank Teresa and the committee for all the outstanding work that they do each and every year. There's a tremendous amount of resources. Teresa always points to that are out there that are free through the MSFA website, through NFPA's website, all kinds of materials that can be used. You don't have to reinvent the wheel on any of this. And obviously, all of us are here to help you in doing whatever efforts you want to do, whether it's a side-by-side burn or whatever. We're here to do that for you. And one other note, our two ambassadors are here today, and I want to thank them and congratulate them. Obviously, couldn't do that because we weren't in Ocean City this year, as I normally do. But I did give them one of my challenge coins and one of my pins, and I appreciate everything that you all do each and every day in your communities and then throughout the state now, being the Miss Fire Prevention Ambassadors. So I want to thank you all so very, very much for stepping up and doing that and taking on those roles and being those role models. And so thank you for that very much. So again, thanks so much, Teresa. Turn it back over, and thank you for that. Enjoy the rest of your day.
Thanks, buddy.
Yeah.
So we made you something.
Oh, nice.
So a little, keep your water dry.
Yeah.
So that's for you.
Dry.
And again, thanks everybody, and we'll be right back with you.
All right.
All right.
Hi. Mike Wells is a 14-year veteran career firefighter working in Prince George's County, Maryland. His love of the fire service began as a young boy riding along with his dad, a former volunteer captain in their hometown of Wallingford, Connecticut, where Mike later became a junior volunteer. Moving for college to College Park, Maryland, Mike joined College Park Volunteer Fire Department as part of the live-in program while taking classes before coming to work for Prince George's County Fire and EMS Department in 2006. In 2016, Mike was one of the founders of PGFD's Labor Union's Peer Support Team. He has served as coordinator for the program and has been a master instructor for the IAFF's Peer Support Program since 2018, teaching and consulting internationally. Through the IAFF, Mike has deployed across the United States following natural disasters and line-of-duty deaths, supporting his brothers and sisters of the fire service in their time of need. Currently, Mike has broadened his work beyond the IAFF local, working full-time for PGFD to ensure that the peer support program and behavioral health are accessible to all of its 2,000 members. Mike is currently enrolled at the University of Massachusetts Amherst for a degree in psychology. Please join me in welcoming firefighter Mike Wells.
Good morning. So many buttons and stuff I have to do up here. First, I want to say thank you to the Life Safety Committee for inviting me last year. I was looking forward to it, and when we started talking about today, back in the fall, Cindy Wright reached back out to me, and I said, do you still want me to do it? Is it still a topic that we need to discuss? And through her email, I heard her voice condescendingly say, after the year 2020, of course we need to talk about this even more. So I said, good point, and I figured that's kind of my launching pad today. So, so thank you. You know, it's a good point. The year that we had in 2020, in the fire service, we never talked about mental health or behavioral health. It's just something we did. It doesn't affect us because we go and we put our helmets on, we put on our coats of armor, and we help other people. So to ask for help seems like a foreign concept, but in 2020, I think most of us realized how much we rely on social connection and one another on a daily basis, and it's just like anything, when it's not there, here, you know, we really miss it. Where it started for me, my journey in peer support was in 2008. I just got off probation. I was in a slower firehouse in Prince George's County, or what we deem slower. Of course, as a young guy, I wanted to go and be a little bit busier, be effective to the community. Well, about, I don't know how many years ago, but in 2008, on a beautiful Monday morning, I went up for a house fire, and just like any other, and there ended up being a hole in the floor. As I was advancing my hose line, I got ahead of my company as a nozzle man, and I fell into a hole in the floor. Separated from my hose line, laying on top of the sink, the dishwasher, having some active fire above me, I contemplated with calling a mayday. Everything that my training has told me to do, I grappled with the idea that if I was going to go and if I was going to call a mayday, somehow I was going to mess up and I would never have a chance to go and, you know, get out of a slower firehouse, or, you know, really get put in a position that really help out people. After that split second thought that I vividly remember, I called my mayday. I asked for help. Quickly, I went and company came around back, opened up a door, and out I went. You know, and again, I was a young guy back then. Didn't really faze me too much. Yeah, my adrenaline was high, my blood pressure was through the roof when I was getting checked out, but finally got to go to a fire. I know that I did my lunar. I got told I did a perfect lunar, and it didn't affect me. And I'm not saying that because I'm up here in front of a stage and in front of you all. It didn't affect me. But who it did affect is my recent fiance. I got engaged 2 weeks prior to that, and she went and was not. She was listening to the phone calls that I was receiving, and me telling the story over and over again. And where peer support started with me was a senior chief called me out of the blue, and he recognized that I went through an event. He called me up, cold called me, and introduced himself, told me his story when he was a younger firefighter, going through what he went through. He allowed me to talk, and he listened to me say I'm fine, because we are fine. I will tell you right now, if you haven't been to experienced a potentially traumatic event, when you go into the firehouse or you see that shift coming off and you say, hey, how you doing? Everybody's fine. This time last year in 2020, everybody was fine when you talk to them. But how could we all be with that? But he listened to me, and he listened that I was fine, and I was. But he also heard that my now wife, she was a little rattled by the instance that happened, and he related and he connected, and he told me his story, and it was very similar. He picked up on those cues, and through his experience that he lived, he was able to go and give me education on how he got through that. That was peer support. That was peer support in 2008. That was before we had a name for what was happening. And peer support's been in the fire service longer than, well, Tim Delahaney just left the room, longer than Tim Delahaney was riding his brontosaurus to calls. But what that looked like for us was we helped each other out. Who was building a deck? Whose daughter could babysit? That's what peer support was. We didn't talk about the calls that may affect us, the alcohol that we use to celebrate and to mourn. Back then it was suck it up. You ran a call at your job, suck it up. Or check your feelings at the door. Back then, and before cell phones, it wasn't possible to forget about the divorce you might have been going through, or to forget about the financial strife that your family was going through, or having a sick or dying family member. You can't just turn that off. So that was false. That was false back then, and now that we're checked into our lives 24 hours a day, it's false now. Fast forward to 2015, 2016, to speak on Prince George's County specifically. We had 3 recently retired at the time retirees perish in off-duty car accidents. We had an active firefighter complete suicide. Our firefighters responded to an ambush when at the Prince George's County Police Department, the anniversary just passed, that resulted in a PG County Police Department line of duty death. We had 2 active firefighters, 1 career, 1 volunteer, die of occupational cancer, and we had 1 firefighter shot to death that resulted in a line of duty death. Out of these events, only 2 resulted in a reach out. Those are the only 2 that we recognize that we need to check in our people on. But I could tell you that our people were affected in every single instance that's up here department-wide. The timing couldn't have been better if there was a silver lining in anything. The IAFF was coming out with the peer support program in 2014 in their general membership quarterly magazine. They went and they wrote an article on PTSD, and one sentence at the bottom kind of set the tone for going forward. It was, reach out if you need help. And the next day, the phone lines at the IAFF headquarters shut down. Affiliates from all over the United States and Canada were calling, and the IAFF knew that they needed to do something for their members. So the first thing they did is they assembled the best in the United States and Canada, and they created the peer support training program. In Local 1619, we were one of the first programs to go into, or locals to go into sit through the program. And as you can see, it's a bunch of skills that kind of build a pyramid. That's kind of the foundation for what peer support is all about. Nothing was different that we weren't already doing all of this. It's just we didn't know what we were doing. There wasn't a name for it, and there was no organization for it, kind of like you see here. In those 2 instances, we had CISM. We had a CISM team. And to no fault of their own, they did really good work. They went and they really had caring people on the team that were highly trained. The problem was, it's just like my auto insurance policy. I don't want to pay it every month. I don't want to fund it. Hopefully my wife isn't watching. Until she backs out of a parking garage, rips off a mirror. Now I want to have my car insurance so I could get that rental car for free. It's just like that with behavioral health. We don't want to pay for it until we need it. And that was sort of setting us up for failure back then. The group settings created more of a stigma. A lot of times, at least in our agency, you're pushed to talk immediately. What we know is that with trauma, it takes time to process. Out of all these potentially traumatic events, and that's what we're calling them now, because an event might not be traumatic for me as it is for you, or vice versa. We all have a different looking lens when we look at events. And the vicarious trauma that it was causing as we were all sitting down, all of our experiences are different in how we process it. But the positives of the CISM was that we had to sit down, we had to talk about it, and it put together a lot of pieces of the puzzle for us, and that still needs to happen. What we really felt the need for our agency was going to be was the peer support model, where it still relied heavily on confidentiality. A lot of stuff, these conversations are happening in the shadows, so people don't feel they have to put their business out on the street or at the kitchen table. We have a choice of the environment and the peer that you're comfortable with. And we talk when you're ready. It might not be right away, but we're going to make that introduction. You're going to know that we're there, and hopefully if you need to, you can reach out, especially with somebody you're comfortable with. The biggest thing that tipped the scale for us was the off-the-job stuff that we deal with on a day-to-day basis. Like I said before, divorce, somewhat of a standard. It's pretty high in our industry. The alcohol, substance abuse, the sleep issues. It's not all the bad stuff. We start talking about the sleep issues, just the lifestyle we live of coming home exhausted and what that's like. And having to work your part-time job or go be mom and dad or the caretaker on minimal sleep. We have that understanding, and what we are is, we're just a group of friends, of peers. We provide non-clinical assistance. We're not clinicians. To equate the assistance, in the fire service, we're hazmat awareness trained. We identify that there's a behavioral health change within our brothers and sisters, and then we need to refer them to a professional. The next big piece to take out of this is the lived experience. Again, we know what it's like to be exhausted after we come home. We know, unfortunately, what it's like when when our brothers or sisters suffer an injury that's going to be life-changing for them. We need to have training to be a part of the team, and stuff that might not always be behavioral health related. We just need to know what resources are out there. And it's not just for us, but it's for our families as well. To equate this peer support, what really kind of got my wheels turning is look at the professional sports teams. They have teams of psychologists that go and that take the edge. They want to get the upper edge on their opponent. They want to go and make sure that other aspects in their life are muffled a little bit or taken care of, because when that big pass is coming and that ball's in the air, there's a higher probability that they're going to catch it. Same thing as in the fire service. The more stress that we can reduce in our off-duty life, the more prepared we are when we come for work, and the more focused we could be on the job at hand of protecting the community. Peer support isn't a fix-all for everything. It's just another tool in the toolbox. So if there is an established CISM network, we need to be able to work with the CISM teams. There's a place for each. The chaplains, this isn't a replacement for chaplains. We still need that tool in our toolbox, as well as our EAP program, the clinicians, and community programs that already exist. Basically, we're the operator. We go and we meet with our peers, and we need to know which direction we're going to go and get them help if that's needed. A lot of times, our peers just need to talk. That's what our brothers and sisters need. They just need a place to vent to where they know that they're not going to go and get hemmed up with what they're saying, that it's a safe environment. What the optimal peer network should look like is it starts with our personal connections. We all have friends in this industry. They might not even be in the same department, but somebody that we can connect to, a social network of people that understand. That's where it starts. Our day-to-day peer support and the most effective group therapies in the world are firehouse kitchen tables. I don't have to tell anybody in this room or that's live streaming right now that we've solved pretty much every single global issue known to man at the kitchen table in the firehouse. We could fix anything, but a lot of times we don't want to put our stuff out there. We don't want to fix ourselves because a lot of times we don't even know that we have a problem. What that looks like a lot of times, and what we've always said is, hey, dude, you're messed up. You need help, and we leave it there. When I get told I need help, I automatically get put on the defensive. And where do I even go to get help if I know that I have a problem? Well, having the peer support team, a specific team, that is known, that is trusted, is a huge piece to the puzzle. And not everybody trusts that specific team, and there needs to be a network. because not every team knows how to deal with every single issue. If one of my members' houses burned down, they might need some assistance. I don't even know where to begin with that, thank God. But I know through networking within the state and within the country, at the IAFF, I could call somebody out on the West Coast that's had to deal with their members losing their house in wildfires and get a perspective on to help out my brother or sister with that. And then we also need anonymous resources. The go-to, and I'm not endorsing any resources except this one in this presentation, is the National Suicide Prevention Hotline. There's a lot of confidential resources out there, and we need to know where to go and how to get people to them. So if you don't have a team, or if you're trying to go and if you're trying to establish your network or team, who do you need to go to get the buy-in? Well, how do you make the case for it? Recent events is always our go-to, and I think with the year 2020, that pretty much is just a nail in the coffin on that one. We know that we need something for our people. Unfortunately, I think all of us could go into the histories of our agencies and look at past instances to know that if we had a network where there was confidentiality, where there was training on how to access resources, maybe our friend would still have their job or might still be here. Providing a needs assessment of where we go and a risk assessment of what we need to do, where we need to start, can really help make the case for the buy-in. And whose support is needed? Well, our members, the people at the bottom, the majority. How many policies do we have that get off because we have somebody all the way at the top saying we need this? If our members don't realize that they need it for themselves, or if they need it for their friend or coworker, then we're not going to be that successful. But we do need leadership and administrators to go and to understand the impact that we can potentially have on our people. I do thank Chief Tiffany Green for allowing 1619 President Andy Pantelis to work, to allow us to work within the Prince George's County Fire Department. Having the Volunteer Fire Association now working closely with us. Hopefully, we're going to have one of the best programs in the nation, and we could make the pave for going forward for a lot of people, and it could be done. We just need to go, and we just need the support of our members. What it comes back to. We need to identify a leader. We need to identify somebody who's not tied to a lot of projects. We need to identify somebody who could go and stand in front of the membership. It might not have to be liked by everybody, but at least get the buy-in and respectable in the sense that, hey, we're trying to go and we're trying to keep things confidential. We're not trying to, keep things from the agency, but in the same time, we need to separate home life from work. And I think that's beneficial for both the agency and for the member. We need people. We need people that are willing to put themselves out there in order to go and to get the training and to be available for their brothers and sisters. A lot of places first start by doing a survey or a general advertisement and getting other people's perspective on who they would want to talk to. There's a lot of people that are doing peer support on a daily basis. They're the person that everybody goes to when there's a problem, the mom, if you will, of the firehouse, the just that good guy. And just with a little bit more training, or at least a little bit more knowledge of where to go resources, when we tell somebody, hey, your mood, behavior, thinking has changed, your life, we see that there's some major life events happening, why don't you go talk to somebody? And let's get you the help that you need so you can come back here and be effective and be a member of the team again. The demographics should match that of your agency. It needs to be very multicultural. There needs to be all different types of ranks, gender, age, race, sexual orientation, and possibly even religions. just so we go and we meet our members where they are. So every single person in every agency has an opportunity to step forward, so they should need to. That's not to say that we all have to know what we've been through, or we all have to go through the same things to understand. That's not the case whatsoever. But somebody who's not on probation, tied to, who doesn't have too much going on, somebody on probation still learning the job. And those in recovery are great people to have on the team, whether that be from alcohol, substance abuse, or even recover from post-traumatic stress disorder. The only guidance that I would give is just make sure it's about 18 to 24 months post or into recovery. The last thing I want to do is trigger one of my peers by the stress of that's potentially brought on by working in the peer network. One thing also with recruitment is be careful for self-help. This isn't an application for self-help. We could definitely help people out, and that's a great way for them to come to us to learn about resources to help themselves, but we got to be able to be in a good place ourselves, because it is demanding work if we're talking about just a specific team. So how do we develop a team model if that's what we're trying to do? And I keep flipping back and forth with team and network. The difference between the two is within the network, everybody should be able to help out their brother or sister, and I think we do that. But going back to that one slide where it's the individual and the kitchen table, we need to be able to make a jump should we need to. Or when an event does happen, we need to identify people that can kind of rapidly go and assess and give the insight. So that's why a department-wide team with it, might be sufficient. The problem with that, though, is we're talking about funding. It does take a little bit of funding to get this off the ground, so we know that's not always the fastest way for funding these types of special interest groups within agencies. So organizations need to take an approach. The Volunteer Fire Commission in Prince George's County is a great example of that. IAFF Local 1619, going through the union, is another great example. It adds an extra layer of confidentiality as well that people are kind of looking for. It's not uncommon to have multi-jurisdictional or state-type networks. MIEMSS is working really hard to establish that. So that way we have a net. So if you don't feel comfortable coming to anybody in your agency, which is completely understandable, you at least have an avenue. And that's the biggest thing. It doesn't matter how you get help. You just need to get help that's going to be effective for you. We need to have a behavioral health clinician, somebody that's a professional, that could go and that could do our oversight. They need to be culturally competent to the fire service. A lot of people, and I'll talk about this in a couple minutes with the resource list, feel that they're culturally competent. But the last thing we want to do is when we have somebody sitting down, a firefighter sitting in front of a professional, is having the professional become in crisis as well. That's very counterproductive. So somebody that knows the ins and outs, so somebody that knows how to go and, where the weak spots might be or where we might need to bolster help within the agencies. They need to be accessible. As you all know, firefighters, we all have in paramedics, we have a different lifestyle. Our sleep is kind of jacked up, and let's face it, we're a 24/7 service. In the behavioral health world, to find a 24-hour, 7-day-a-week service is hard to find. Crises don't happen at 10 a.m. on a Monday morning when it's sunny out. They happen at 10 p.m. on a Saturday night on Christmas Eve. So we need to have a clinician that's accessible. And in the state of Maryland, it's even important. Maryland State Bill SB 104 clearly defines that our confidentiality comes through the licensure, that of a clinician. So when we do our talking with peers, because it is so important, we need to have that for the protection of our brothers and sisters. So as we're kind of building our network, our team, or reboosting your team, we need training. And training's out there. Training is all, it's all about the type that you want. And it's really, I'm not endorsing anything. However, we need to look at it as a buffet. But we just need to make sure that it's the right training, that things are up to date with studies and practices. And we need to arm our team with all different types of training. It doesn't even have to be in just specifically behavioral health, and I'll get to that in a second. As long as our training has the active listening, the motivational interviewing, the crisis intervention, and how to collaborate and consult is really the key piece. When we talk about collaborating and consulting, we can handle most problems in the fire service. But again, when it comes to behavioral health, we're kind of just we're the hazmat awareness. So when do we step it up, and where do we go when we have to step it up to our hazmat techs and on operators? Well, here it is. And we need to have the referral network that's readily available and a resource list that everybody has. And we need to have them well vetted to make sure it's meeting the needs of our brothers and sisters. Attached here is an example of the resource list that my team currently hosts. It's an Excel sheet, and I can't thank my retirees, specifically my resource coordinator, Station Converwhite, enough on building this. Each of my team members can go onto our Google Drive that hosts our information and pull up this resource list anytime, anywhere. So if they do get a phone call, they could go immediately and pick out which tool they're going to use out of their toolbox. Miss Cindy Wright has a copy of this, and any participant can reach out to her, or I believe if you registered, you will get a copy of this. That is, it's not in PDF formats. You'll be able to update it to meet your own needs, to make your toolbox yours. We need to work with chaplains. We need to know who they are. We need to have multi-denominational entities, working, and they might not have fire department experience. Talking with priests, rabbis, imams, and different types of religions. But people want to know who we are. They see our fire trucks going up and down the roads and our ambulances going up and down the roads every day. And they might be willing to go and work and learn some training or get some training from us on what it is like to be culturally competent in the fire service. And they need to identify with our brothers and sisters in the ranks. And this needs to happen before a crisis or before an event happens. And that's sometimes where we kind of get lost, is we don't do that training on the front end. And especially this past year, it's really hard to do, to be present in front of people, but we got to get back to that. We got to get people out there to know that when you are in crisis, there are people available. Again, I'm not endorsing any one particular treatment center, but we need to have inpatient treatment for both mental health, standalone mental health, and alcohol and substance abuse. We need to understand what the insurance looks like. Working in the behavioral health world, that's going to be our biggest hang-up, is our insurance, our members' insurance and the policies, the way that they're written, what's accessible. So having the education ahead of time in our peer network makes things go a lot smoother, especially when we have somebody who is in borderline crisis. That's not the best time where people are patient. So doing our homework and making sure that it's going to be the right fit for a firefighter or paramedic to go, and what it looks like for the family. We knew that we needed to have therapists work close to on a day-to-day basis with our firefighters. When our team was being built, when we were building it, our members live in a very, very large region, bordering about four states, maybe even more than that. So the center dot, red dot, is where we started. And we kind of went and took a compass and circled a map and realized that we needed to go and we needed to have culturally competent clinicians from York, Pennsylvania, all the way down to Richmond, Virginia, as far west as Cumberland and West Virginia. We needed a plethora of services. You know, we're not going to be able to go and cover everything. Everybody's different. Everybody comes to the fire service with different backgrounds, as well as possibly different conditions. So, staying fluid is something that we need to be. Some of the specialties that we require the therapists that we work with to have are what you see here. Kind of looking at this, it kind of gets questionable when we get over to the right. Anger management. Got a lot of angry people, right? But when does it take that next step? When does it have to be really addressed? And then another question I get quite a bit is OCD. Well, think about it. That's something that we breed in the fire service. We go and we put people under high stress and we say, hey, if you want to save your life, you're going to spell out Lunar. Or when you have this child not breathing in front of you, you're going to go and you're going to follow this protocol down to the T. Every day I go into work, I check my air pack first thing, and I go down my steps for that, and I check my gear. How the job affects us kind of becomes questionable, but it does. It becomes our everyday life, and we do that for 25, 30 years. Tim Delahaney's case, I don't know, since dinosaurs roamed the earth, I guess. Thanks for being here, Tim. I got to beat you up a little bit. I like it. But we need to make sure that the therapists have the specialties that we need. And the specialties that you need is going to change from department to department, agency to agency. A psychiatrist, what's the difference? Aren't they all psychiatrists? No, believe it or not, they are not. The American Psychiatric Association defines themselves as a branch of medicine that focuses on diagnosing, treating, maintaining prevention on emotional and behavioral disorders, specifically with medication. So when we start talking about medications, the psychiatrist is the way to go. And I'll tell you, it's kind of hard. There's not a lot out there. So when we are talking about our members needing stuff, firefighters and paramedics, we wait until we need it right now. It might be 1 to 2 months out before we could even get an appointment and in the door. So we really need to do our homework again ahead of time before we have our issues with that. Other things that my team has is we have grief counselors, sleep therapy. Sleep issues, I think, are probably the #1 issues in the fire service. And the great thing about the sleep issues is we're willing to talk about it. There's not a lot of stigma by saying, yeah, I have a CPAP. Heck, we have firehouses going some shifts. Everybody's on a CPAP. I hate getting detailed to those places. Couldn't sleep that good at night. But that's where we need to go and where we need to start, is what's something that we all can identify with. And sleep is really the first thing on that chart. We need to have financial services, legal services, and unfortunately even biohazard cleanup. Suicide affects the world, and unfortunately the numbers are going up. I could tell you there's a lot of weight off of a family when you're able to go and just get that taken care of, and having that ahead of time and how that process works is really helpful to the family that you're standing in front of. Again, Ms. Cindy Wright has this content, and if you registered, you will get a copy of this. This is the vetting tool that we use when we meet a clinician. It's a little extensive, but the 4 biggest questions that I like to ask are highlighted here in red. A lot of people will say that a lot of professionals will say that they're fine working with first responders and veterans. Because let's face it, a lot of us have insurance, have steady jobs, so we could go make payments and deductibles. But the last thing that we want to do is have to explain what a battalion chief is. How annoying it is to go and have to take a unit out of service, put it back together 3-4 times a day, even though that's our job and that's what we're getting paid to do. I don't want to have to explain why I'm angry or why I'm grumpy all the time and snapping at my kids, because I am going on 36, 40 hours of no sleep. I want people to understand that ahead of time so we can kind of just cut to the chase. Something that we want is, again, we want to fix our problem now, which might have taken years to get to this point, so it's not realistic. But the faster that we can kind of peel back that onion and get to the center and work our way out, the better our people are going to be, because we're a resilient bunch. When we say we want help, we're willing to go the extra mile to get ourselves help. So we just want to get back to the job. We want to go and we want to make sure that people, when they're willing to work with us, that they're willing to go and take education from us. It's great that these people went to college, prestigious colleges and institutions. But what kind of street experience do they have? Are they willing to come out into the firehouse to see what a firehouse smells like, to see how important that kitchen table is, and heck, even what it's like to sleep in a firehouse with a bunch of people snoring and bells and whistles going off all the time. How long is it going to take when I call them for them to see a patient? Am I going to have to wait 1 to 2 months? Because we don't have that kind of time. Our people need to get back on the streets. Our leaders are trusting us to go and get our brothers and sisters help so that they could go and they could get back on the street, because let's face it, the leaders have a job to do too, in ensuring that the community has the proper protection, and that all comes at a cost, and that cost needs to be reduced. And are there any other cultural groups that you're involved with? We need to have specialties, not just in the fire service, and that's, is what's bringing us together, but we all have different backgrounds. We all come to the fire department possibly with traumas prior to. And this might be our coping mechanism in our group that we're able to finally identify with. So having all those other types of specialties really do help. So how do we go and how do we do this? How do we go and get our brothers and sisters to buy in, to even know that we exist, and to know that there's tools in the toolbox for them when they do need help? Well, it needs to start at the beginning of their careers. And as I'm standing here at the Maryland Fire Rescue Institute, I'm asking for MFRI to start maybe to look into putting together an education at the beginning of Firefighter 1 and Firefighter 2. As these young kids get into the fire service, they understand what they're getting into first and foremost, and two, that there's no excuse. If you have an issue, if you're not feeling good, you need to get help so we can get you back on the street so you can continue doing what you're doing. At the beginning of us building a peer support team, we had 2 instructors. They introduced themselves, and they were from a department that one of my close friends and roommates works in. And him being a young guy at the time, I asked him, I said, what does a peer support team do? In your agency? And by the way, won't name it, but it's one of the largest fire departments in the world. It was a nonchalant answer saying, no, they just help you. If you need something, reach out, they'll help you take care of it. And this kid who worked in an arguably, aggressive part of the city, just nonchalantly told me that this behavioral health group could just fix whatever you got going on, and then we carried on the conversation. It's kind of when I had the confidence saying, you know what, in our agency, it might work. And I could stand here confidently today telling you that it has. People reach out on almost a daily basis because they know that we're here. And now that we're getting into recruit schools, people are it's just going to become a normal occurrence. We need to go and be out there on the streets. We need to meet our people where they are, especially at the beginning of 2020 and the beginning of the pandemic. We realized that we need to be on the streets, meeting our brothers and sisters, to see the interactions, get the pulse, have a good understanding of what the potential issues in the field might be. Where's the anger coming from? And maybe that's where we can influence and find out what the issue is, and as a team, go and see if we could fix it to maybe, turn down the temperature a little bit. We need to have a way for people to reach out and anonymously invite us to firehouses to do visits, and for them to understand how to identify abnormalities within their stations, and that peer support might have a piece. Or when there's a brother or sister that is going through something, but they don't want to go and single them out, we could do a visit. It's normal. It's normal for the peer support team to come in. That way people aren't uncomfortable with the process. And again, I talked about it earlier. We need to move away from the term critical incidents. What might be critical to you may be to me. We all react different. And just because you're not reacting in a certain way, just because when I fell through the floor and I was fine, I shouldn't be second guessing myself if I should not be fine because my fiance is an absolute mess. We're all different. That needs to be understood, and we need to approach it as such. So we could go and we could really take maintain your team, and we could blow that up to department and network. And hopefully everybody will have a little bit of education on behavioral health and mental health kind of going forward now, just because it's mainstream in the media, and we all kind of accepted that after last year, it is important. So conducting regular self-care assessments, the importance of that, tied to having our clinical oversight director that could go and take a look at the results and give insight as to where people can attack and make themselves better. You know, the term resiliency is getting beat right now, being around, but there's a lot to that. We need to be resilient, and we are. That's why it's funny that behavioral health and mental health is such a foreign concept to us in the fire service, but we deal with it every day and we move past it, and we're stronger for it. We need to go and take a look at work productivity. When we go and we have people that are calling out sick or that go missing from their shifts or just don't start coming around the firehouse, that's not normal. That's not, something happened, whether it's on the job, off the job, but that's a missing person that could really help the organization, put forth people or keep down overtime costs. And something that I'm hoping that we're going to be moving to as a regular is a checkup from the neck up. At least if we do it annually or every couple of years, we at least have a baseline and we can kind of check in. Because right now, in order to get hired or to volunteer, I believe you have to go and you have to do a psychological assessment. You do it one time and then 25 years goes by, you go and you walk out into retirement, and that's the only time that you've ever met, potentially, with a professional. That needs to change because who we are from the beginning is going to change. How do we go and how do we evaluate our impact? How can I stand in front of you today with the confidence? Well, I've had people come out publicly and say that they were helped by their brothers and sisters. Just as by us putting our name to a clinician empowers people to accept help from them because they know somebody else did it, it's the same thing with the peer support team. When people know that that a brother or sister utilized this team and network, and there's nothing to be scared about coming forward, that things are going to remain confidential, that really does help build your network and project the power that the programs have. Something that I try to track, because I'm very protective of my team members, is the working time of my team members. How much time are they spending conducting peer support on their days off? And through this, somewhat working time reporting that my team does, most of the time it's off duty is when they're having these interactions. So how do they maintain their self-care and their relationships outside? How do they disconnect from the fire service as they need to? And you could also do a membership survey. We do this every couple of years and get insight. And we need to know what our members need and want. again, behavioral and mental health isn't exactly the hot topic that comes up. It's not always needed because we don't need it until we need it. But there's other ways that we can help too. It's not always about behavioral and mental health. There's a lot of other things that organizations can do that would be able to kind of, like I said, cool down the temperature. So the key takeaways from today is we need to be able to identify the need for this. What is it? And again, it might not look like behavioral health. It might be sleep issues. It might be cancer. We need to go and we need accepted and willing people to be trained as peers, that have just a little bit more education, that know how to utilize resources at a moment's notice. We need a reliable referral network within our community, and there's people out there. There's people that want to work with us in the fire service. But again, we have to be very careful as to who we work with. We need anonymous options. We need to protect our brothers and sisters' confidentiality, because without confidentiality, we don't have the trust in of a program or a program altogether. And there needs to be education that really needs to start from the beginning. So again, I really appreciate everybody taking the time. If you have a team, I hope your team members are doing well, and thank you for doing this hard work. It's not easy putting yourself out there, but a lot of people have done it quite a bit. And if you're thinking about building a team, please feel free to reach out to the State Firemen's Association, and they can definitely get you in contact with me.
So we read questions.
Okay, there's two questions.
First one, the SAFER grant allowed to be applied, their funding there.
Okay, so the question was, is there funding through SAFER grants to start teams? I don't have the answer for you on that. I would imagine so, but I don't want to go and say yes or no. I think that would be something that the Maryland State Firemen's Association could easily get an answer on.
Second question. Stated the startup cost. How much department has to support? So the smaller department, what would they have to do?
So that's a great question. The question is how much money does it take to start up a team? The answer on that is as much as you want it to. There's a lot of free options out there when we are building a team. First, the most important thing is having able people that are accepted by their peers willing to do the work. Secondly, organizing. It's going to take one person, a leader, to go and to bring things together, to go to the people that make the decisions. If people don't want to go in, if there's no money available for this, again, through the community and through resources, you go to my team website, www.pgfdpeersupport.org, and you can go on the resource tab. There's a lot of free resources out there, or Ms. Cindy Wright is going to email all the registrants out this resource list. Oh, it's going to be posted on the website. Sorry. It's going to be posted on the website. Some of these free resources. And also getting out into the community. Starting, simple Google searches as to therapists that are in your area to work with. Again, that's going to be posted is the vetting tools along with my presentation. That one slide about questions to ask is a good place to start. Other than that, I mean, there's a lot of free training. You just need to pick and choose what you're comfortable working with. Again, having some kind of suicide prevention, crisis intervention, as well, and active listening / motivational interviewing is the best way to start. From there, you're already doing it, and that's the thing that a lot of people just need to realize. Yep, and thank you everybody for willing to be here and watch and be in this room on a beautiful Saturday morning. Thank you.
So on behalf of the committee, this is a very important topic to a lot of people. We have small tokens just to say thank you and the support of the outreach that you've done. There's no beer or anything in here, but that's okay. But this is something that we give out each year, some stuff, and then
Great.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Support.
Yeah, thank you for the Maryland State Firefighters Association
Thank
and
you.
MFRI.
At this time, we're going to take a 10-minute break, so we'll be back in a few minutes. Thank you.
Single.
Less than 10.
Hello again, everybody. I'd like to introduce Jim Resnick. He is the program coordinator for the Deaf and Hard of Hearing for FABSCOM. So please introduce. Well, it's just one of those mornings, everybody. Jim, again, thank you for coming out today and talking about the new product that the state of Maryland will be initiating. Thank you.
Excellent. Thank you. Thank you, Teresa, and thank you, everyone who's been part of the Maryland Life Safety Seminar. I'd like to thank MFRI and all the support staff for putting this all together. This is a big lift for a lot of people to do something like this, and I get it. I want to say a special thank you to State Fire Marshal Brian Geraci for all that he does for us in FABSCOM, but also everything that he's doing for everyone in the state of Maryland. Career stations, volunteer stations, auxiliaries, the list goes on and on. What Brian Geraci does to reach out and work for all of us is incredible, and we are blessed to have one of the finest, if not the finest, state fire marshal in the country. I also want to say thank you to the members of the planning committee that put this event together. Like I said, it was a very, very big lift, and also all of my friends, partners, colleagues in FABSCOM. FABSCOM is kind of a weird named organization. It's the Fire and Burn Safety Coalition of Maryland. I was not around in 1992 on FABSCOM when they came up with that name, but it was put together by a bunch of very, very bright and forward-thinking people in the state of Maryland who saw the need to have statewide initiatives in order to support everything having to do with fire and burn safety, education and outreach and so on throughout the entire state. At this time, FABSCOM is led by our president, Bridget Weisharr. Unfortunately, Bridget could not be with us today. She works as a telecommunicator at the Carroll County 911 Center, and she was unable to get off of work, and we were hoping even that she would be able to call in, but apparently they've got at least one working incident right now going on in Carroll County, so she's having to manage that. She sends her regrets for not being able to call in or be here, but it's through her leadership and the leadership that we've got with previous presidents and folks in FABSCOM that we've been able to do a lot of really important things. One of the things that FABSCOM does is program for folks that are deaf and hard of hearing. And I've been recently handed the reins of that program. So I'm the coordinator for the statewide program for alarms for deaf and hard of hearing individuals. It's primarily about that I want to speak to you over the next 20-25 minutes or so. And of course, from the audience, either the folks that are here with us today at MFRI, and thank you all for those of you who were able to come out here, or the folks who are following this live, please, any questions, any comments, any concerns, any experiences that you have in your community, please let us know. You can do that through the chat on Facebook Live. You can send up smoke signals or do whatever. So in particular, I want to thank those folks that are providing assistance, the life-saving assistance for members of the deaf and hard of hearing community throughout the state of Maryland. The commitment of those people, we've got installers throughout many of the jurisdictions throughout the state. The commitment for service to those individuals with disabilities is very, very honorable. The ability of all persons to be alerted to the presence of smoke or fire should be a fundamental right for everyone. It should not matter if we have a disability of any kind. People should be able to be alerted, and alerted properly and effectively. For those that have lost their ability to hear, an audible warning device, a fire can be especially frightening, but through the efforts of the folks from FABSCOM, the folks from Fire and Rescue Services and EMS organizations throughout the state of Maryland who have been involved with this, it's a safer state for everyone, and we're going to continue to work on that. It's a big problem. According to U.S. Census data, 12.7% of the almost 6 million Marylanders are deaf or hard of hearing in both ears. Think about that. That's a huge number. That's almost 760,000 Maryland residents who are deaf or hard of hearing in both ears. About 1.2 million Marylanders aged 12 years of age or older are deaf or hard of hearing in one ear, at least one ear. These are staggering numbers, and they affect every community in the state. Those of us in the fire and rescue service, whether you're a volunteer or career, we, because of the nature of the stuff that we do, we are even more susceptible to hearing loss as we get older because of the high frequencies, the loud volumes that we're constantly exposed to. Whether it's the sirens on the apparatus, whether it's the claxons going off in the fire station, whether it's the tools that we're using, the saws, the different things like that, we're constantly being insulted with these loud noises, which do have an effect on our ability to hear. Things like tinnitus are a big problem for those of us in the fire, rescue, and EMS services. So the first thing is just to take care of yourself. Whenever you're offered an opportunity to use hearing protection devices, use them. Please use them. They're not there for no reason at all. Like the same reason we're wearing gloves, the same reason we're wearing masks these days. Make sure you wear your hearing protection. Everything that we're doing through FABSCOM falls in line with what the state of Maryland is trying to do for all of our citizens. Working with the governor's office of the deaf and hard of hearing, well, that's a statewide initiative, and they support the development of a what they call an ecosystem, which would be a thriving community of deaf and hard of hearing business owners and deaf and hard of hearing employees serving the deaf and hard of hearing individuals. So a whole ecosystem where it's supporting this deaf community. And with the numbers that you've seen that we've got out there, you can see why we need to do that. We want to increase the number of deaf and hard of hearing business owners, creating more jobs for these folks, and get them out there in the community doing everything we can do to keep people productive, engaged, and involved in their communities. Also, through the governor's office of the deaf and hard of hearing, there's a plan to continue to improve interpreter quality and actually provide licensure for deaf interpreters. And then the last thing is especially where FABSCOM and the deaf and hard of hearing program comes into play is we want to provide better access to deaf and hard of hearing folks to state services and programs. And that's what FABSCOM is all about. So we have a bunch of people. Right now at this time, I've got approximately 20 people throughout the state of Maryland who are qualified, certified, or whatever as deaf and hard of hearing installers. We're not necessarily looking to make that into triple digits or quadruple digits. We don't need thousands of deaf and hard of hearing installers because right now we just haven't seen the volume of requests for that. But we want to make sure that everyone in every department, no matter what your role, if you're a junior member, if you're a life member, if you're an auxiliary member, we want you to be aware of what the tools are that are out there that you can either have for yourself or for people in your community who are at need. So these installers need to be great public fire prevention and fire safety educators. You heard Fire Marshal Geraci talking about the need to continue to get the messages out about having smoke alarms on working smoke alarms on every level of every home, outside the bedrooms, smoke alarms inside the bedrooms. Talked about the importance of getting the message of close before you doze out there, and exit drills in the homes. All these other basic important messages. Well, we got to get those messages out to the greater public, and we need to especially get these to folks who are deaf, hard of hearing, or have other physical or cognitive disabilities. A good installer, a good fire safety educator is also knowledgeable about current fire codes as they pertain to residential smoke and carbon monoxide alarm requirements. Don't forget about the carbon monoxide alarm requirements too. I come from Montgomery County, Maryland, where we recently followed the lead of Prince George's County and other jurisdictions in the state of Maryland throughout the country, where we've really upped the ante in terms of the requirements for carbon monoxide alarms. In Montgomery County, Maryland, now, any home of any age, it doesn't matter if it's new, old, or whatever, has to have a working carbon monoxide alarm, at least one carbon monoxide alarm on every occupied level of that home, and it has to be of the same power source as the smoke alarm. So if the home requires hardwired smoke alarms because of the age of the home, or whenever it last had permitted work done, then the carbon monoxide alarms need to meet that same power requirement. And again, they have to be at least 10 years old or newer, or follow the manufacturer's instructions. Some carbon monoxide alarms, because of the technology that's in them, have a lifespan of either 7 years, or some of them are even 5 years. So it's important that you follow those kinds of things too, and be knowledgeable about that for your community. The deaf and hard of hearing installers need to be able to effectively communicate with deaf and hard of hearing individuals, even if they don't speak American Sign Language. Folks, I barely speak English, okay? I can't, ask my Spanish teacher from back in the day, I'm terrible at foreign languages, okay? I can't speak American Sign Language, but I can communicate extremely well by writing. And by writing clearly and with passion and with understanding and patience for the people I'm working with. And in fact, I just did a deaf and hard of hearing installation yesterday, and I used this notebook, and I've got about 15 pages of handwritten back and forth communications with those people. So it's possible to be a deaf and hard of hearing installer even without having any knowledge of American Sign Language. Also, be able to describe the use and function of all aspects of the alarm devices that we have for the deaf and hard of hearing persons. And what that means is whatever the products that you have, and forget the deaf and hard of hearing alarms. If you have regular smoke alarms, if you have regular battery operated carbon monoxide alarms, read the owner's manuals. We've got to become proficient at what is in these things. FABSCOM has limited funds. We wish that we had the ability to get zillions of dollars and could make sure that these things are all over the place. But we have very, very limited funds for deaf and hard of hearing devices for the folks that are out there. So what we teach our installers is you're not only there to be an installer for the products that FABSCOM has purchased through the state of Maryland, but also you are there to be, number one, an advocate for these devices, an educator for these devices, for everybody who's out there who might need these devices. And if they can afford it on their own, you can be the person who can help guide them through. Well, for your situation, this might be a good device, or this is probably the better device for your particular circumstance. Looking at the picture that you have on the slide here, all the way on the left, that strobe that's a pendant smoke alarm strobe is not something that FABSCOM provides. That's a hardwired strobe smoke and carbon monoxide alarm. We don't have those. I'm not an electrician. I'm not going to go into someone's home and install it. But when I'm communicating with someone who's deaf or hard of hearing, I need to be able to be understanding of what is out there. So if they're in a newer home that already has hardwired alarms, this may be an appropriate alarm for their home. So I want to point them out to that in that direction. The second device that you see, that square device, is a Gentex strobe smoke alarm. This is something that over the years FABSCOM has been able to purchase. We have a number of them out there in the community, and we still have those available to folks. They're not the most attractive things in the world, but it could be the right thing to do. And in fact, that family, that couple that I was with yesterday, I ended up installing one of these. The device in the middle is the bed shaker that has been kind of our legacy bed shaker device. It's called a Safe Awake. And what that thing is that device depends on hearing a regular, audible, working smoke alarm. It's the sound from the smoke alarm that device, that little triangular device that you see, which sits on the nightstand, if that thing hears the T3 pattern, the temporal 3 pattern, which is the beep, beep, beep sound that we're used to hearing from working smoke alarms, if the Safe Awake hears that pattern, it's going to react by flashing a light on the top of it. It's not a strobe light, it's not particularly bright, but it is a light that flashes. It makes its own T3 sound, but at a lower frequency than the standard smoke alarm. Some people can't hear these, but they can hear a lower frequency. And then the third thing is that device that looks like a hockey puck, that goes between the mattress and the box spring. It's attached by a wire to that triangular base, and it shakes the bed like crazy in order to alert the person who is in bed. So we still have a few of these Safe Awakes around. They've been okay devices. We've had some pretty good success with these things. And now we've moved to those, what I'll call the suite of devices that you see on the right side of the screen, and that is the OmniShield. The OmniShield devices is a suite, as it were, of devices. There are smoke alarms, there's carbon monoxide alarms, which actually look exactly the same as the smoke alarm, except it says carbon monoxide on the outside of it, and of course the sensors on the inside are a little bit different. And then similar to the Safe Awake, there's a bed shaker device. This device, though, which again sits on the nightstand, is not listening for an audible smoke alarm, but instead it's a suite. It's a set of wireless communications between the various alarms that are in the person's home and the bed shaker. And this wireless system seems to work extremely well. What the OmniShield provides that the Safe Awake could not do is carbon monoxide protection. The smoke alarms that alert a Safe Awake device, the Safe Awake device is only able to listen for a T3 pattern, which is the smoke alarm pattern. The OmniShield, well, all carbon monoxide alarms have a T4. It's 4 short beeps. It goes beep, 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 and it repeats that. The Safe Awake cannot tell what the T4 pattern is. However, the OmniShield, because of the wireless technology, will respond to it. It's a great device for that, and we're thrilled that we're able to provide that additional level of protection for folks. So what we tell people is we can't afford, we cannot afford to get these things out to everybody in the community. But for people who can afford to purchase these devices on their own, we want our installers and everyone else in the state to be aware that these devices are out there, and you can point people to places to learn about these devices and how they work. Let's take a step back. It's important that all of us be knowledgeable and be able to educate folks on what homes need. What is the basic level of protection that everyone needs? So here's just 3 kind of random examples from throughout the state. I picked a picture of a home on the Eastern Shore. I picked a picture of a apartment building in Hagerstown, and I don't even know where the third home was. I think probably Prince George's County. So example number 1 is we have a home that was built in 1955. It has had no additions and no permitted work done, and it does have a natural gas furnace. That home that you see in the top picture there must have a sealed 10-year battery smoke alarm on each level of the home and outside of each sleeping area. All of those smoke alarms need to be less than 10 years old and, of course, be working. Carbon monoxide alarm requirements may vary from county to municipality, from one place to the next, so know the requirements where you happen to be and make sure that the home meets that. Example number 2 is a home that was built in 2002 with an attached garage and then has had additional work requiring permits. That work was done in 2018. That home, anywhere in the state of Maryland, is required to have interconnected hardwired smoke alarms with a battery backup on each floor and inside of each bedroom. The carbon monoxide alarm requirements, again, are going to vary from place to place depending upon what the jurisdiction is where this home sits. And then example number 3 is an apartment building, any kind of a multifamily building. This place was built in 1978. It has no fuel burning appliances. The entire building is all electric. There's no fireplaces, there's nothing like that at all. But because it's a multifamily dwelling, that place must have hard-wired smoke alarms, at least one in each apartment. It should be somewhere outside the bedrooms. Now, it's not a bad idea if someone wants to, on their own, add additional battery-powered smoke alarms, sealed 10-year battery smoke alarms, inside the bedrooms too. That's always a good thing. If it's a rental, people have to be very cautious about whether they're allowed to put holes in the walls or not, so it's important to know what the landlord-tenant relationship allows there. When we go from the fire department into any of these homes, what we need to be doing is not necessarily be bringing the place up to the current code. That's up to the landlord in a rental, or that's up to the homeowner in a privately owned dwelling. As fire rescue EMS personnel, our job is to help the people be at least minimally safe, and the term that I like to use is public safety safe. If I go into one of these homes and there are no working smoke alarms in any of the home at all, there's 0 smoke alarms in the home, I don't have enough, like that one you see in the middle, which is probably a 3 or 4 bedroom home with 3 levels. So I'm talking about having to put 6, 7, 8 smoke alarms depending on the configuration of the home, and then carbon monoxide alarms and so on. That should not be the job of the fire service, but we should provide at least a minimum protection so that when I go back to the station or back home, I'll be able to sleep at night knowing that they've got at least some level of protection. So what I suggest, what we do in Montgomery County, is probably a maximum of 2 smoke alarms in any home. 1 upstairs near the bedrooms and 1 somewhere on the first floor to protect the foyer, to protect the front door. And I'll tell folks, you're going to be on your own to get the smoke alarm that you need for the basement. You're going to be on your own to get the smoke alarms for the additional bedrooms, whatever else you need like that. So that's the way that we do it in Montgomery County. You need to figure out what will work for you and your community. When we're dealing with the FABSCOM for the hearing impaired installers, providers, we want to figure out, do they need just a smoke alarm or do they also need the carbon monoxide alarm? So it's important to recognize when a home has the need for that. When they have any kind of a fossil fuel burning appliances or an attached garage or a wood burning fireplace or a stove, then they would also need the carbon monoxide alarm along with the smoke alarms and the bed shaker. I want people to be aware of the FABSCOM website, and I'm hoping that this will work out well, that those of you in TV land will be able to see this. Say again? Excellent, thank you, okay? Plus it's hopefully right here over my head too, okay? You go to the website where there's a lot of things that people can do there. First of all, if you are a member of the fire and rescue and EMS service in the state of Maryland and you're aware of someone who has a need for assistance with hearing impaired or deaf smoke alarms and the like, on our website, right under our projects, you see it says application. and that will take someone to the application form. You can either fill that out on behalf of the person who needs the assistance, or you can direct them to our website and they can get into things that way. Just because they put in an application doesn't mean we are going to show up and put devices in there. We're going to start with a conversation with the people to figure out what they need, what they can afford, and so on, and then we can figure out the next steps going from there. The application, if they do say that they do need something from us, it requires a medical certification to show that they are deaf or hard of hearing, and that has to be downloaded into the application there. So it is a little bit involved with all of that. We already did that. This is what the top of the application looks like. The application, there's going to be some updates to our website, and the application will remain essentially the same. They are going to have to fill that out, and they are going to have to put in the documentation to show that they are, in fact, deaf or hard of hearing. Some other changes that are going to be coming to our FABSCOM website in the not too distant future are going to be that it's going to be broken into 3 basic categories. Number 1, there's general information for the public. What is FABSCOM and what is FABSCOM all about? Well, we're more than just the deaf and hearing impaired smoke alarms. There's other initiatives that we've had pushing for residential sprinklers, smoke alarms, all the other stuff I've spoken about before. So we want the public to be aware of what FABSCOM is all about and what we can do specifically for folks that are deaf or hard of hearing. The second thing is for Maryland's fire and rescue personnel. We want them to understand what FABSCOM is. We want them to know what the deaf and hard of hearing program is and how we can assist people who are deaf and hard of hearing, and also a kind of a teaser for people who are interested in becoming installers, what that involves. So that's going to be on that second section, which is the information for the Maryland Fire Service personnel. And then the third section is specific to the installers. There's going to be a password protected portal where we can get more information to the installers, and also they have to record any installations that they've done. We're trying to build a good data set with mapping, with all kinds of data that we can acquire from the homes and the people who are receiving these devices that we have. That's kind of what we've got for now. I'm available at james.resnick@montgomerycountymd.gov. You can also get to us through the FABSCOM website. And with that being said, I'll take any comments, questions, or whatever that have come from the field. Oh, excuse me. It worked. That's the way to end it. Yes, ma'am. If you're interested in becoming an installer, take a look at the site so you're familiar with what's going on, and then send me an email. Great. In Cecil County, no. The closest I've got is Hartford. Yep. And one other thing along those lines, and I thank you for bringing that up because that's an important point. We don't have installers in every jurisdiction in the state, but we also kind of work like a fire department that will send the closest available, okay? So if the first due doesn't have somebody, then we'll send someone from the nearby jurisdiction. Just as an example, if I've got, like right now I've got one installer in Frederick County, but I've got multiple installers in Carroll County. If I've got a request from somewhere in Frederick County and I know that my Frederick County installer is on vacation, okay, then I'm going to reach over to Carroll County and say, is this close enough? Can you guys cover this?
Thank you.
You're welcome. Any other questions, comments? I do want to throw out one last thing. Mike Wells gave a great presentation before I was up here. Based upon what he was talking about, I recently, I'm an old, seasoned, salty kind of guy, but I was recently on a call with a much younger member of my rescue squad We actually had a pretty tough shift. We had 3 patients die in one night. I've kind of seen it, been there, done there, whatever, but the person I was with was kind of shaken up by that. We had done a little bit of debriefing about a month ago when this all happened, but based upon what Mike was talking about, I reached out to this person and we're continuing to communicate. So the whole idea of the peer support is a real big deal, and I'm so glad that he brought that up. Thank you.
So again, thank you very, very much on behalf of the committee. Nice little drinking token for you. Please reach out to FABSCOM and the ability to become an installer. We need the help. We actively are looking for ways to get the funding to get more of these. When we met with Chris about this, it reassured me, because that was a big concern for a lot of us, that we never could help anybody with carbon monoxide. And as this state is one of the first states to actually go to this, I can tell you a story about Chris. There's an app that you can actually get with this. We're not going to push that, but we can tell people about it. You can put that app on your phone, and he had installed these alarms in his son's college housing, off-campus housing. And a little incident happened, and his app alerted him. They're in Texas. They're 4 hours away, and he called his son going, "What's going on?" And he goes, "What do you mean, Dad?" And they kind of told on themselves, but that's a unique position also with this program, that an app will be able to be put on your phone that other people can be monitored also. That's the importance that we see in this. We are very thankful that this company has come forward. This gentleman is not in the fire service. They were sitting somewhere, they heard firemen talking about technology. He went back to his bosses and said, if we don't do something, no one else will. And adamantly created this type of program.
Yeah.
So I'm really thankful that we were able to meet with him. Fire Marshal gave us blessings for this, and we're moving forward. Again, thank you all very much. We're going to take a 10-minute break, and then we'll be back with the next presentation.
I've also shared the link for OmniShield, and it does feature the app for the phone.
Excellent.
Great, thank you.
Thank you. Thank you all for coming.
Yep. Now we have to leave.
Okay, so flip it to the left.
Yeah, but it's probably...
Hi everyone. Dean Hashmall started working for Pepco in 1992, 10 years in the overhead group and 3 years in emergency preparedness, 15 years in safety, and part of this program has become instrumental. Moving to become the supervisor of emergency services in support of the first responders and linemen for the region. 1990, volunteer with Montgomery and Carroll County. Please welcome Mr. Dean Hashmall.
Good morning. Hey, thanks for having me. Again, my name's Dean Hashmall. I have been, I worked my way up to a lineman, starting with Pepco in 1992. So I'm counting those downward years now. You know, I've started in emergency preparedness. I've been in there for 3 years, and every day is something, it's a new adventure. I do like taking advantage of the fact that I've, volunteered in the fire service so that I can truly kind of mesh the two together. My presentation's a little different. I start out with a little bit of the history of Pepco and where we are. I go into a little bit about how we as a power company restore electricity, and then I go into a little bit of emergency preparedness and safety for first responders. There are going to be some videos. Hopefully the audio, I've heard we have a little bit of audio issues, but hopefully the audio issues work themselves through. If not, I'll kind of explain what's going on. But with that, let's get started.
So some quick facts about Pepco. We were incorporated in 1896, so we celebrated a 110th anniversary and then ended up being purchased. But we have a 640 square service territory mile, or excuse me, 640 square mile service territory in the DC metro area, which includes 9 facilities, 156 substations, and we treat about 194,000 customers. So that's how many we serve. Most of those are high voltage customers like the federal government, WMATA, which is Washington area transit, and then we have some larger government facilities, water sewer plants, hospitals, etc. We were incorporated in 2002 when we purchased Delmarva Power. So anyone that lives down on the shore or up in the Newcastle region, we purchased Delmarva Power, who had recently merged with Atlantic City Electric, which formed Connective, and then when that we became PHI. So not too long ago, about 4 years ago, we finished up we were purchased by Exelon, which is a much larger company, and they own BGE. Pico, which is up in Philadelphia, and ComEd. Where does this an advantage to the customers? Well, we rely heavily on mutual assistance, similar to the fire service relying on mutual aid companies to cross borders to assist in emergency incidents. When we have power outages, we rely heavily on companies coming from down south, companies coming from the Midwest, and companies coming from the north as part of these mutual assistance groups to assist us in restoration. Before we have to make those phone calls, we have the availability to call our internal folks. So often when we see a hurricane approaching the eastern shore, we will have crews coming in from Chicago to assist us. So that's one of the big advantages to having such a large company. What is electricity? We all walk into a room, flip a light switch, and we take it for granted that the power is going to come on. Well, electricity is actually an electrical charge flowing between 2 conductors having a difference in voltage. And what are conductors? Well, conductors can be any number of things. When I'm speaking with the fire service, I like to advise them that it could be a ladder on their aerial. It could be a ground ladder. For customers, it could be somebody trimming a tree and they get too close to our wires and create an arc. Anything that allows that voltage to transfer. And you would think that wood branches wouldn't, but they do. A little bit of something you may not know about electricity. It travels 186,000 miles per second, so it's pretty unforgiving. It's going to be pretty quick. You're not going to outrun it. And it's been measured at 20,000 degrees, so that's hotter than the surface of the sun. So for these reasons, safety is a huge core value at our company and throughout the industry. What you're looking at now is basically, hopefully it shows up well, is your body tolerance to electricity. I feel pretty safe in saying most of the folks my age have probably tested a 9-volt battery by sticking it on their tongue and getting that little tingle. Well, that's where you just feel, and granted that's DC voltage, but that's less than 5 milliamps, and that's where you're getting that little tingle from. It takes 1,000 milliamps to light a 100-watt light bulb, and I know we've all kind of gotten away from the incandescent light bulbs and moved to LEDs. So bear with me on this, but when you get to 5 to 10 milliamps, that's where you're getting a little bit of, you're gonna have a hard time letting go of that, whatever it is it's energized that you're touching. And then 15 to 45 milliamps, you're getting increasing pain. Anything more than that, and you're sending your heart to defibrillation. And it's probably going to be fatal. So what it takes to light a 100-watt light bulb is all it takes to stop the heart. So it's something to keep in mind. Electricity does create 3rd and 4th degree burns, which all have to be surgically repaired. There is no way around it. The body is affected in all sorts of different ways depending on where the contact is, the length of the contact, the amperage, the voltage, and the path that it travels. So, I know a lot of folks aren't really fond of electricity when it gets out of its element, and that's fine. Stay far away from electricity when it's out of its element. Thank you. What you're looking at here is an individual that actually did touch an electrical pole. They were using a pole trimmer and made contact with a 7,600 volt line, and the electricity flowed through their body. You can see that there was an initial flash, and that's where you're seeing some of the burns from, and then you can see the contact in the area of the thumb and first finger. So again, safety is a core value throughout the industry and at PHI, and it's very important that we keep our first responders and our public safe. So we want to share some information, where we try to share information with first responders. We have programs that go out and work with our first responders in the area and the public as well. Some of the things that we have done, we are experimenting with a process called the Life Safety Task Force, and particularly in Montgomery County right now, which is where we're trialing it. In winter, when we have major storms, major winter storms, we team up a battalion level chief with fire rescue, an ambulance, or medic unit, I guess, an engine, a DOT plow truck, and a Pepco truck, and a police officer. So theoretically speaking, there's no incident that our task force shouldn't be able to handle. And it seems to be working out well, and I believe we're going to be looking to expand that in the future. We have an emergency services partnership program, and that's kind of where I come in to emergency preparedness. With that program, we have donated over 50,000 smoke alarms to the DC metro area. Thank you. And we will continue to do that. And then we have our incident command system, or incident response team, and I'll speak a little bit more about that. So how does electricity get from a generating station to your house? Well, I can tell you that we no longer generate, Pepco no longer generates power. We purchase everything bulk. And as you look at the slide here, you'll see number one is a generating station. That can be solar, it can be wind, it can be nuclear, it can be coal burning, oil burning, and that voltage comes out of those generating stations typically pretty low. And in a little while, you'll see some of the transformers that actually beef that voltage up. But it's usually coming out of those generating stations at 10 to 25,000 volts. It's then put through a step-up transformer, and it gets into those transmission lines. And those transmission lines are the large steel structures you see, and those are anywhere between 230 and 500,000 volts. That goes to a substation, and the substation then steps down the voltage back to what we call distribution voltage. Industries usually get three-phase voltage. Sometimes they buy high voltage. It's easier for them than it is to purchase, lower voltages. And then that substation drops that 230,000 to 500,000 volts down to what we call sub-transmission voltages. And in our system, that's anywhere from 34,000 to 69,000 volts. That then goes to another distribution substation, which steps it down to 13,000 volts. And that's what you see running on these wooden poles through the neighborhoods to the different distribution transformers, or underground into the subsurface and low-profile transformers that you see out in front of homes. And then you get your 120 and 240 volts. How do we control the electricity on the Pepco system? We have a control center. It used to be a super secret location, but they seem to have cut the woods down around it, and it's no longer quite the super secret location it once was. It was built back in 1976, so it was built in the middle of the Cold War, and it was built to really withstand. I mean, it's got what do you call it? Let me get to the next one. It's heavy construction. They've got prison-rated doors. It's got what we call man traps. Basically, you walk through one door. That door has to close behind you before you can enter into the next to get into the secured locations. It's got redundant systems. It used to act, prior to its last remodel, it had air filtration systems so that, again, if something happened back in 1978 with, a nuclear bomb or anything like that, it's kind of crazy to think that those folks in there would have still been powering the electric system. I don't know what they would have been powering, but, I mean, they'd have been doing something. But anyway, we also have three 1100 kW turbine generators on the roof. So again, there's a lot of redundancy. It's built to withstand storms and maintain the system. Show you a few pictures. I like it when my boss is here because I always like to tell him that look like him, there on the left. But thank you. Yeah, he bailed on me today, so hopefully he's home watching and I'll give him some grief. But yeah, that's him and his dad working together side by side at our old E Street office. I'll throw him under the bus. Back in 1936 when rocks were heavier. Looking at what, prior to the remodel, you can see what the area you're looking at there is where our complaint dispatchers would dispatch wires down and things such like that to our trucks. The next picture you're looking at is our old restoration, our DSO, which was a distribution supervisor. And everything he's got in front of him, all 5 screens are doing something. One's probably email. To the far right, what you're looking at are actual feeders out of substations. The one thing I want to point out is if you look to the right, you see that little mouse sitting right there. When you trip a breaker at your house and you walk downstairs and you reset your breaker and throw it back, that's exactly what that mouse can do. All he has to do is highlight a feeder, click a mouse, and that feeder will try to re-energize itself. And I'll show, a little bit later in the presentation a little more about that. This is what the new control center looks like. A little bit of a modern update. We've gone from 5 monitors to 12. Again, each one serving its own purpose. The upper right, if you can look, I'll try to circle it with my mouse. That is actually our transmission system. So we have a transmission system operator that will monitor that and look for any issues. And each screen, well, actually the bottom 2 screens, one's the news today and the other's weather that they're watching. But it's a great place to watch NCAA tournament. I'll say that. Each little TV. I'm kidding. If anyone's from Exelon's watching, I'm just kidding. We don't. Right. Go Terps. But again, the system really hasn't changed. It's a matter of pointing, clicking, and re-energizing, which is kind of crazy to think for an emergency response crew to be out. And it is common practice throughout the industry after a storm. If we don't have reports of wires being down, we will start walking through these different feeders and try to re-energize and restore customers. So another reason to continue that fear of electricity and stay away from anything that's any down conductors. Also upstairs, part of our EOC. So this is actually our JIC, our Joint Information Center. It's activated during storms, and this is where our government affairs folks are communicating with any of the folks that we send to the different EMAs out in the county. And across the hall, this was under construction, so I couldn't get a good picture of that, but that is actually our EOC, where we establish our incident management team and stand them up to work alongside with the JIC and our service centers to restore power. So how do we restore power? Life-threatening is always first. Anytime we have the fire department sitting on a wire down that's live, we want to get them relieved so that they can go and assist. We don't want to tie them up. We have cut and run crews that will run, and basically they're not going to restore power, but they're going to go and they're going to make that situation safe and move on to the next one. Hospitals, 911 centers, water treatment facilities, and WMATA are our top priorities next to our own substations. Obviously, we have to get our substations back up and running before we can start re-energizing everybody else. Our substations are all DC power controlled. So there are big battery banks in our substations that we can utilize to control those stations until the batteries die. So we've got the batteries, we've got backup generators to backfeed and power those or recharge those batteries. But once that 10,000 gallons of fuel runs out, we start ending up in the dark ourselves. So it's really important that we get our stations back up and running. Then we go to our bulk power systems. Obviously, if the transmission lines are damaged, we're not getting that bulk power in, so we have to start getting that back up. Then we go to our sub-transmission facilities. That's at 69,000 and 34,000 volts that I was talking about earlier. And then our distribution system facilities, which are our primary feeders. We call them our backbones. Those are the 3 wires you see on most wooden poles. And actually, because of this area being so condensed, there are often 2 or 3 different circuits on one pole. So one car accident can actually affect 3,500 customers or better. And then we work down to our individual services. Yeah, we covered this. And let me also say I've combined 2 presentations because I wasn't sure who I was going to be talking to today. So some of these I'm just going to breeze right through. But we are staffed 24/7. 365. We've always got crews on. Granted, overnight shifts, we're not heavily staffed, and we're not like the fire and police where we have, not an overabundance, but we've got, so fire department's got 35, 40, departments per county, let's say. We've got two guys, two linemen running around on a midnight. So if there is something that occurs, it's going to take us a little bit longer to get to you than what, a 911 call would be. We do have sustaining contractors, and we have contractors. Yes, so we have sustaining contractors that are always bidding to do work, and then we have contractors of choice, which we bring in based on their abilities, and they're always, helping us as well. Little side story I can tell you: after Hurricane Katrina, I did deploy down there. That is one of the it's actually, I don't want to say fun, but it's a very fulfilling feeling to go and assist others. You go from being the zero to the hero real quick, because let's face it, when you're on your own system and the lights go out, we're not looked at very happily. But when you go elsewhere, it's pretty nice. They asked for such an influx of linemen to that area because of the severe damage that the mutual assistant calls that groups were on were kind of snickering, because they were asking for a number that wasn't real. Linemen are a dying breed. I mean, there's not a lot of people that really want to do this anymore. So, little shameless plug for the company: if you know anybody that is looking for a good job, it's a great company to work for, great benefits, and again, very rewarding work. And then again, down to the very bottom, utility mutual assistance. So there are different RMAGs, which are regional mutual assistant groups. We've got the SEE, which we are the northernmost member of. That's the Southeast Electric Group. And then there's the Northern Mutual Assistance Group, which is NAMAG, and we're the southernmost member there. So we're kind of in a good situation here. If we are going to get struck, like for example the Geraci, that was just a freight train that came rolling through from Ohio through here. Didn't really affect the southern companies or the very far north companies, so we were able to get assistance in. Couldn't get anything from the Midwest because they all had their own issues. Similarly with snowstorms, you have those issues as well. And I'll touch on that in a little bit. Different things cause outages. It could be anything from a gray squirrel. We do a great job keeping the gray squirrel population under control in the DC metro area. Weather, accidents, equipment failures. Let's face it, the system's aging. We're doing a good job keeping up on replacing equipment, but equipment does fail, just like our computers, our TVs, and so forth. And then we have different outages. We have momentary outages. Sometimes you'll see those lights flicker, and I used to like making the joke, but I'm probably dating myself here. You'd no sooner get your VCR fixed and reset, and then the lights would flicker again. You're welcome. And then you have scheduled outages. Some of you may come home from work one day and find a door hanger saying, hey, we're doing some system upgrades. We're going to need an 8-hour outage to get this work done. And that's what we call a scheduled outage. And then we have sustained outages, which occur after storms, where you're just out, unfortunately, for a long time. Lightning, heavy wet snow is probably the worst thing for us, especially prior. And admittedly, years ago, we didn't do a great job with vegetation management. We were riding that fine line between not wanting to trim too much and trimming enough to sustain the system. And I think working with our customers and our government affairs folks, they've gone out and beat the drum for us. And it's not the prettiest. Anyone will admit that utility arborists are there to keep the lights on and sustain the trees, and sometimes it just does not look pretty. But I honestly can tell you that we have done a much better job, and we've experienced a lot less outages due to vegetation over these past few years. Back in '96, we had a pretty significant ice storm, and I was in a bucket truck, and we'd be going and knocking branches off the wires as they got heavier. Not the wires, but the branches got heavier. You knock them off, and then all that ice started to melt, and they come right back up and past. So now with tree trimming, we're taking a little bit more growth off the tree, and we're able to stay ahead of that. So when that branch does come down and go back up, it's not impacting our wires and disrupting our customers. Anything over a 25-mile-an-hour sustained wind and gusts over 40, that impacts us pretty negatively as well. I mean, our bucket trucks, we can't put those things up in the air to start restoring power in anything more than a 35-mile-an-hour, sustained 35-mile-an-hour wind. That's per manufacturer's, regulations there. Just a picture of, again, wire, the trees coming down, contractors doing some work. So I want to talk a little bit about how we restore power and some of the automation that we've added to our system. And to do that, I want to kind of show you a schematic. So a distribution feeder, it leaves a substation from breakers, and it carries power to you, the customers. And they can be anything from 2 to 20 miles. And if you go onto the Eastern Shore, they're even longer than that. But so the schematics here, what you're looking at, I'll just hit them one at a time. So that's what we show on our schematic as a feeder breaker. And the reason I'm kind of giving you this little lesson is for the next slide. And then the next thing you see is a fuse. That's what we call a fuse. That's what it looks like on our schematic. An open switch, some service transformers that would be by your house, some more service transformers. So the difference is the ones to the left are showing overhead, which means they're on poles. The ones to the right are actually buried. And then a closed switch. So red straight line is closed, green slotted line is open. So in the old days, let me go back. In the old days, we would send a crew out after, and I'll make this an easy scenario. Fire department calls in a wire down. We know that the feeder has operated. We see it on one of those computer screens that those folks were looking at earlier. We know exactly where to send somebody. If there's no troubleshooting going on, we know exactly where to go. So that crew is going to come down the road to a set of closed switches, and they're going to open that closest to the incident. And they're going to drive around and open another set of switches on the other side of the incident. That's isolating that area. Now they've got to go to 2 other locations to close in to feed or backfeed the power to as many customers as they can, keeping that area isolated. And that can take any amount of time, especially if it's at a midnight and the crew's down in Silver Spring doing work and the emergency's up in Germantown. It can take them 15, 20 minutes to clean up and make their work area safe and then head up. Automation has done this for us. So this is the new ASR scheme, which is our automatic circuit reclosures. And this is pretty neat. So what you're looking at here, you have, oh, it worked. The audio worked. Good deal. The fault occurs, and you see the little lightning bolt. That's where the issue is. The next thing that happens is the breaker at the substation says, uh-oh, there's a problem, and it opens up. We call it a lockout. The next thing that happens is it verifies that there was a fault. It reads the relays. And now we have 1,008 customers out on this feeder because everybody from the substation to the tie switch is without power. Immediately, that switch opens up. The ASR scheme knows which the closest switch is. It opens up. It opens another switch, and now it's isolated where that fault is. Then 2 switches close, and the breaker closes. So in 51 seconds, we've gone from 1,008 customers out to 270 customers out. And that's what automation's doing for us. And of course, I've preached a lot about vegetation management. We're doing a lot better job with that, so I'll just blow past this. And this is usually the slide that the boss handles. Let's see. As a utility, we provide 2 key services to our customers: energy information. Yeah, so we like to have those open lines of communication because let's face it, I don't want to meet a battalion level chief on an incident and not ever met him before. And I think, Jim, I will lean on you. I mean, there's been a number of times where we have worked with Montgomery, Prince George's, and DC, on incidents, and it's always nice to meet them in a setting like this or at some other facility and get to talk and establish key communications and key partnerships. There are a number of different ways of following Pepco and actually all of our subsidiaries from Exelon. We all have great outage maps and phone apps that you can download. You can report your outages that way. It's a great mobile app, and if you have access to a laptop, it's even more detailed than what the mobile app provides. We do have direct line of communications with all of our EMAs, and again, during storms, we are sending liaisons out to those EMAs to assist. On blue sky days, the way we would communicate with you is through an ETR. actually we're going to communicate with you on an ETR anyway, but on a blue sky day it's going to be generated by what we have is called our outage management system, and it's going to analyze where the calls are coming from. If it's just one person calling us, we know that it's probably either their service wire, a breaker in their house, or if there's a single pole type transformer or underground transformer that feeds their residents, we can kind of say, okay, we know that it's a single outage, it's a single no light. If there's 2 or 3 people on your street in the same vicinity calling us in, that'll be grouped back to a transformer outage. If it goes back even farther, it's to a fused, we know it's a fused outage. If there's numerous people off of different transformers, but it's limited to that street, then we know it's a fused outage. And if it's different streets throughout the area, then we know it's probably going back to a breaker at the substation. And now again, with all the automation, we know pretty quickly that that has occurred. During major events, that storm that occurs, there's going to be different ETRs. We're required to put out an ETR within, I think it's 12 hours at this point, or maybe it was 24 hours, now it's 12. Forgive me, I'm a little fuzzy on that. But that gives us time to send our crews out and assess the damage that the storm has created. Then we give a global ETR, and that's that, you know what, based on all the damage we've seen, it's Saturday midday, and because there's a lot of damage, we're going to say we're going to have everybody restored by Tuesday at midnight, and that's going to be our first global ETR, and that's when we're expecting our last customer to be restored. As we start working through the storm, we're going to start tiering that. So if you're a single no current, you're probably still going to have that global ETR of, you know, midnight on Tuesday. If you're part of a much larger outage, you're going to get tiered, because obviously we're going to those folks first to restore, and then we get into individual ETRs as we really start getting into it. This process is actually is being looked into now. We're going to try to update this process and make it a little bit fine-tuned, if you will, starting this summer. Again, there's our outage alert system, as well as what our mobile app looks like on your phone. Pepco, Delmarva Power, Atlantic City Electric. I'm a First Energy customer, and I can tell you they use a very similar app. BGE uses this app, so you know, if you're a Maryland customer, the odds are that you have the potential to download this app or similar. Yeah, touched on that. Okay, so emergency preparedness. Our emergency preparedness strategy is resource allocation and decision making that are aligned with the needs of our communities. And that all happens through, you know, coming out and meeting and talking to everybody. We do Pepco plans for weather events year-round through operational readiness, training, drills. Matter of fact, our drill season's getting ready to kick off now. We have summer readiness plans that occur that have to be done before June 1st, and we have winter readiness plans that have to be done before end of December. And all of our employees have second roles. So, you know, you might sit at a desk 40 hours a week, but the minute that storm comes, we don't expect that you're just going to be able to pick up your bags and say, hey, it was good working today. I'm sorry you all are going to be working all night. There's a second role, and it might be as simple as somebody's identified a wire down, and we need an employee that's going to sit next to that wire down and keep the customer safe. So everybody in our company has second roles. Some of us have third and fourth roles as well. So if the second role isn't activated, you roll into your third role. But the expectation is you work for you work for a utility, you're on call 24/7, 365. There it goes. That's not when we want to meet you the first time. If you're a first responder or a golfer and you're out on a golf course that day, we want to meet you well before that. Now, what you saw there was a substation transformer that had an internal fault. It caught fire, and the oil that was inside hit its flash point, and then it expanded like a pressure cooker, and that was not water you saw flying out. That was the hot oil, and then it exploded and faulted. Again, we don't want to meet the fire department and first responders when that occurs. We want to meet them and know them well in advance of that, so that they know how to handle that with establishing a perimeter and denying entry and you know, protecting the exposures, because we don't want somebody, if somebody would have been in there when that went, we'd have had a whole different situation. As I stated, we do exercises and drills annually. Actually, we participate in a number of annual drills. We also have special plans. We actually have a task force stood up right now internally for the pandemic. I mean, I think most of us do that. We have labor contingencies we have to work with, and we have special operations plans. There are a number of special operations that occur in the DC metro area that, let's face it, don't occur everywhere. We've got NSSE events, the inauguration, State of the Union. We've had the NHL playoffs and Stanley Cup, go Caps. We had the All-Star game, you know, at Nationals Park, as well as the World Series. And we stand up for all that. We work with the U.S. Secret Service, Homeland Security, FBI, Joint Terrorism Task Force. We are deeply embedded with all those folks in this area. Skip that. So we do use an incident support team. As a matter of fact, back when I first got into safety I'm not even going to do the math, but when I first got into safety, we actually brought a bunch of our incident support team to MFRI here for incident command class and to learn about incident command, and then took it back and started building our own incident command structure. That has now started to transition more to NIEMSS, where we're using the same terminology, the same command structure, and so forth. We also have emergency operations plans. We actually have, in the Pepco region, we have two. We have one for the state of Maryland and one for the District of Columbia. The biggest difference is District of Columbia. This is the District of Columbia Major Service Outage Restoration Plan. It goes into different things with the wards, and it's heavily underground related, but the EOP for the state of Maryland is very similar. Multi-level approach. Skip. So first responder safety, this is towards the end of the presentation. We have, again, prided ourselves in really working with our area first responders. Prior to the pandemic, we were at pretty much every but every recruit school that went through, they got to see our live line training trailer and learn about electricity and learn about the dangers and how give them the information that can really assist us, like pole numbers, feeder numbers, and things of that nature. We built 15 years ago, we did a video. It was a combined effort between Pepco, Prince George's County, Washington, D.C., and Montgomery County Fire. And it was an emergency response video. It was 20 minutes long, and if I'm not mistaken, that was actually taken from the National Fire Academy and put on their website and able to be given out to anybody in the country to utilize. So some of the things we want you to look for are scene size up, you know, as far as first responders. You know, as I said, as was stated earlier, I was a volunteer firefighter for a number of years, and the reason I got out of it is because one of the things that stuck with me in all my training was be part of the solution, not part of the problem. And I had back surgery, and now I don't want to be that person that is inside of a structure and all of a sudden my team has to look at me because I have further injured myself, and I've become part of the problem. So I push that to everybody. Be part of the solution. Do a good scene size up. You know, make sure that what you're looking at, you're not walking into something that you're not aware of. If you see a wire down, stay away from it and assume it's energized. Don't assume it's not. If you live in a community that still uses, and I'm not sure if it's been outlawed throughout I know Maryland doesn't use it, but I know this is going out much farther than Maryland. If there's a wire down and it crosses a white line or a yellow line that's been put down as a temporary roadway for construction, some of that stuff has the metallic, reflective in it, and that is actually, believe it or not, it will allow voltage to transfer down the road. So stay away from that. Keep your eyes open. And I'm going to show you a few things here in a second. Keep in mind, similar with gas incidents, because we do, Delmarva Power does have a gas distribution company as well. So keep in mind wind shift and apparatus placement and things of that nature. You know, stay away from down lines. Always call for us. We're not going to get there as fast as we'd like to, but we do have priority codes that we utilize in the Delmarva and Pepco area. And priority ones are obviously life-threatening, life safety. And if it's that big of an issue, we can't do it. But the battalion, from a battalion chief calling into the communications center and requesting a police escort, you'll get that. Generally speaking, you'll get that, and we've done it here in this region. Priority 2, pretty serious. It's not really life-threatening, but you need to get here sooner than later. And in priority 3s, hey, somebody hit a pole. The pole looks okay, but you probably ought to check it out anyway. So those are our different priorities. And move along. And this is one of the reasons you want to stay away. So this boom truck has got it. It was unloading roofing, got it up into 7.6 thousand volt line, and you're watching electricity go to ground right now through any available means that it can. And I'll explain to you in a minute why this is important. So that 7,600 volts is trying to get back to the substation that it started at. And it's trying to do that through that winch line. And then down through the boom, and then through into the truck. If you were to walk up to that vehicle, there's a good chance a step potential would grab you. And I'll explain that in the next slide as well. So what is step potential? If you look at the photograph here, or the picture here, you've got a down wire, and based on the soil consistency, the dampness of the soil, any number of things, that voltage where it's hitting the ground is going to drop about every 3 feet. It's going to drop by half. So 7,600 volts at the pole becomes 3,800 volts 3 feet from the pole. Then 1,900 volts 6 feet from the pole. You walk up to that situation and you bridge that gap, you've become a conductor. And that voltage is going to transfer through you from 3,800 to 1,900, or from 950 to 475, because you become a better conductor than the ground. So we recommend staying 25 feet away from down conductors. By then it should have nulled out. And never, I just saw a video on Facebook somebody sent me the other day of somebody seeing a fuse on fire, and they thought that if they took the hose line and just intermittently hit it, they got away with it the first time. The second time, everything blew up, but they walked away from it, fortunately. They were very lucky. Meters. Can't tell you how many times that we've rolled up on the scene, fire service has already pulled the meter. Meters are measuring devices. They are not meant to shut the power off. Please do not pull meters to shut the power off. Back when I was a child at my grandparents' house and they had a little 30 amp service, you could have probably got away with that. Nowadays, we're putting in 320 and 400 amp services that are the meters are bolted in. They're not clipped in like they used to be. So you're very likely to get an arc. Is it going to be a big arc? No, but nonetheless, it could be an arc because you're breaking load with something that is not meant to do that. And I'll show you the next video is an arc. It's actually pretty impressive, of a 500,000 volt switch out in California that they were doing some high-speed filming on because it was hanging up. Problem is they de-energized the wrong circuit and opened up this switch that was hanging up, and it creates about a 40-foot arc. And that's similar, on a larger scale, similar to the arc you could see by pulling a meter. Yeah, that was a whoopsie. So that voltage was still trying to continue that path, similar to the voltage coming into your house as you're trying to pull that meter. Utilize the load center in a house to shut power off, to control the utility. An easy way to find it is find the meter. If it's on the AB corner, then somewhere inside of that house, probably within 10 feet on either side of that AB corner, is going to be the place to do your load center to shut the main breaker off. So again, I've covered that. Substations, we ask everybody to handle our substations. They all look different. Here in the Pepco region, we've won a lot of awards for making our substations blend into the community. So we've often heard stories of where the smoke was billowing out of this place, and we went to force a door and found brick behind it. Well, because it was a false door, because it looked like a house. Our substations are labeled, danger, do not enter, high voltage inside. Pretty easy to stay away from them. 9 times out of 10, after talking to the fire service, once they've been on scene, it's like, well, we're kind of curious what was inside. And then after seeing it, they were like, yep, not what we expected. Don't care to ever see one again. So I'm going to show everybody a picture of the inside of a substation so curiosity doesn't kill the cat. There's what the outside of some of our substations look like. Now again, the one on the left, it's a typical industrial looking building. The one on the right is an outdoor substation, but they are all labeled the same. Inside of a substation, you've got your battery bank that I was talking about. It's probably the second most dangerous thing in the substation. I believe they're lead acid batteries, and again, that is what controls our station. So if we lose AC power, we can control everything via DC. The picture to the left is the relay. That's how we can read how far the fault is, or the issue is, from the substation, and that actually talks to one of those computers from earlier in the presentation. And then on the right are the breaker cabinets, and that is where our breakers are. Similar to the breaker you have in your house, it's a 25 amp or a 50 amp, 240 volt, feeds a hot tub. These are 600 amp, and they feed 7.6 or 13 kV, 13,000 volts, and I'll show you. That's the picture of a breaker. So it's not something you're going to go to Heckinger's or Home Depot and Lowe's and pick up. I did say Heckinger's. You like that? Like that? A little bit. And then the thing on the upper right is actually what we call a relay. And prior to actually being able to, I'm glad I gave everybody a chuckle. That's always my goal. Prior to being able to actually go and have these things connected to our OCC, our control center, we would actually have to send folks out to the station to read data to see how far a fault or a short might have occurred from the station. Pretty neat stuff, but again, technology's really helped us out. We were talking earlier about substation transformers, that one that you saw on fire a few slides ago. Well, this is a 69,000 to 13,000 volt distribution transformer, or a substation transformer, similar to the one that you saw that was on fire, and you can see the size of it. One thing I want to point out, here's another one. This is 230,000 volt to 69,000 volt, and if the one thing you notice on both of these photos is not just the fact that these things are large, but how they're sitting. They're sitting on a gravel bed, and the reason is that gravel bed is designed to hold 110% of the product inside of that transformer. So if it does leak, if it does fail, all that oil is going into the ground where we can dig it out, clean it out, and not cause an environmental hazard. The minute somebody goes in there and starts flowing water, we start getting all that oil out into the environment, and that's bad. All right, I'm going to finish up with this video. It's an older video. What happened here was a tree contractor thought they were doing the right thing, and they dropped a tree limb onto a sub-transmission line, 34,000 volt line, that swung down into the distribution line, which was 13,000 volts. The distribution line locked out, so there was no longer 13,000 volts going through it, but there was still 34,000 volts going into that distribution line, bypassing the transformer. So a transformer is nothing but a little metal slag with some copper windings, and it's designed for specific voltages. In this case, it was designed for 7.6. Now it's getting a single phase 34 kV, which is 19,000 volts. So it's bypassing all that. And instead of putting out 120 volts, it was now putting out a much higher voltage. So you'll see the The feeders start operating, and you'll see the flash off, and then you'll see the fire department show up. And again, older video, and you'll see why. You'll start seeing the service wire to the house start to smoke, and then you see the gutters start to arc. And the fire department does exactly the right thing in pretty good time. They ran the other way. Notice the guy in the bucket's hiding down in the bucket. He's not anywhere to be found.
Try not to really show it. I'm afraid I'm going to turn my lens up. I can see it right on the edge. Yeah, look at that. Couple of lines are broke.
Now that 34 kV line's re-energized into the 13.
Accidentally cut on the line by the operator of that bucket truck. You can see the tremendous flash and the available voltage and amperage that's available there. And as you saw the hot line demonstration at the beginning, this is what is happening with the recloser effect. It just keeps opening and closing the line. Every time it closes the line, you get this big ball of fire rolling up in the air. Just watch it for a few minutes.
And there's the line.
Okay, you've been watching some of the awesome power of electricity. There's no trick. That's just exactly what it'll do. And you see the firefighters on the scene, but they're staying back away from the houses. They've got their fire extinguishers, but they're not using them. They're just being very cautious. Basically what they're doing is trying to keep everybody away from the scene. This is the exact correct thing to do. Keep everybody aware of the situation, keep them away from the area, and let the power company do the handling of the wires and make the situation safe. That way everybody comes out a winner.
Needless to say, that tree company's probably either out of business or has really high insurance premiums now.
I don't know, John.
With that, I'll take any questions. I appreciate your time. I hope I was able to give everyone a little bit of some good information. Yep, stay away.
I did share out on the YouTube page different resources for electrical fire safety through the National Fire Administration, and also some cards that they can print out in regards to step potential as well.
Thank you very much. Well, thank you all very much for your attention. It was great to get out of the house. Stay safe, stay healthy.
So I greatly appreciate you We've been friends for a really long time. This program kind of started by a conversation at a bar in Ocean City. And yeah, the cork bar, fries. But the effort of bringing this group together, and if you know, Pepco has a big part of the MSFA in training and educational resources when we go to Ocean City, if we can ever go back to Ocean City. So on behalf of the committee, here's a little thank you.
Thank you.
Book for you and Pete, since Pete.
Pete, yeah, Pete, I hope you're watching.
Yeah, Pete, thanks, buddy. I can't say thank you enough. Pepco has been a very big supporter of the fire service, not only in the scholarship funds that we give to students.
Sorry, I do have a question.
Yep.
Sure. And then the smoke alarms that are installed that we get through the different agencies. We can't say thank you enough for that resource.
Our pleasure.
When Acceleron took over, I was very scared. I'm like, well, we're going to still have these things. And they were very adamant, and they stood up and said yes. So I can't say thank you enough to those partnerships and programs that we have. Again, thank you very much. And Holly, the question?
From Roger, he's asking, does Pepco have a video of the safety trailer that can be used, program for school programs or virtual open houses?
It's very dated. As a matter of fact, it's on VHS. So it is something that once the pandemic has curtailed a little bit, we plan on redoing on DVD. Yes. So yeah, keep that in mind. So hopefully within the next, I'm going to say by the end of the summer, I'm hoping to have a new one out.
Go ahead.
The infrastructure in the East Coast, is it getting more and more safe? We're not going to be another Texas.
So thank you for bringing that up. That's a great question. So the infrastructure in this area has, the question. So the question in a nutshell is, with the infrastructure here on the East Coast, will we potentially be another Texas with the major outages that they suffered down there through this past winter? And the answer to that is no. The East Coast we have, and especially in this area, there's a lot of redundancy, but we have what's called a looped system. So if something happens on the northwest side of the city, we can isolate that and backfeed it from the southeast side of the city. For all intents and purposes, I might not have the exact locations right, but there is a lot of redundancy up and down the East Coast, and that is part of the just the way the grid is set up. Ironically, the power that you have coming to your house currently may be coming from somewhere out in the Midwest. It's tied that much together. Texas kind of separated themselves from that.
I was going to say, I believe I heard that different regulations, they were holding their own regulations, whereas other states and agencies are regulated through government.
Correct.
To make sure that there is stability.
Correct.
That makes me feel
But,
a lot better.
yeah, it was a great question. Thank you.
Anything else?
Oh, well, thank you very much.
Well, we're almost done, and I can't say thank you enough to all the support that we've had today. So what I want to do to the section of the closeout of all the programs that we've had, again, thanking Mike Wells from the county, FABSCOM, and Jim Resnick, and Dean Hashmall from Pepco, Acceleron. We try to give you as much information, different formats, because as community risk reduction members of our community and our county and our state, we are faced to talk to the public in different ways, and they have questions, and we're that reassurance to help support the fire service. So if I go to an event or the ability to speak to my community, I like to have these things in my thought process so that I can help understand what they're looking for, because they're calling us at the need of emergencies. It's simple questions that you can reassure them. The other day I just got a question about radon. So now I want to educate myself about radon, even though that we don't really have that issue here in the state. Some parts yes, some parts no. It's to reassure our citizens that we know what we're talking about. So going up through the updates, so Risk Watch and Safe Kids, we'll be sending out some stuff. That this state is one of the only states still conducting Risk Watch in the state. And Safe Kids, we've actively been doing some more stuff. Cindy has some updates, and we'll be sending that out to everybody. There are, Cindy, how many? The Safe Kids coalitions, there are
7 coalitions and 7 community partners.
So we have 7 coalitions and 7 community partners within the state. Safe Kids Worldwide is based out of Washington, D.C., and this effort that they have is injury prevention for children 0 to 14. They have expanded their programs to the teens and tweens area because they know that it's important, plus for caregivers for seniors. If you look into the MSFA's website, on the side, the right side column of the website is all the awards. They're due April 30th for our fire prevention awards. They're due to the fire marshal, so you can either give them to them directly to headquarters, or you can reach out to your region and turn them in that way, and then they direct them to the headquarters. Please look at what you did this past year. I know it's a lot different that we have, but there's ways that we can still showcase our educational efforts for our community. This past year, NFPA took approach of having one national message all year long. Usually Fire Prevention Week is the only time they really focus, but this year they really have pushed a lot about fire safety in the kitchen during Prevention Week and the rest of the season. The biggest aspect that we had concerns are pandemic, people being home, and the biggest thing that we talked about is a lot of people learning how to cook. Because a lot of people just realize, they relate on restaurants and stuff like that. Some people just don't have the ability to cook. So our kitchen fires did see an uptick in the very beginning of the pandemic, but they've slowly come across as slowing down somewhat. So the NFPA has updated some items on their Sparky's Playhouse for Education. Please go to the nfpa.org under fire prevention. All those programs are free of charge. The only time that the NFPA charges anybody for educational resources is the actual fire prevention kits that are given out each year that you can purchase. They have the banners, the tip sheets, the flyers, the hats, so everything you can think of to help your open house. This past February, we did support the Burn Awareness Week, February 7th through the 13th. It was electrical fire safety from AMPS to ZAMPS, A to Z's. We did work on the NFPA, the freeze on fire safety, and the smoke alarms in the U.S. We sent that out, but we're going to put that on the main page of the website so everybody can see that. And on the 18th, it was Sparky's birthday. So you go to that. He turned 70 years old, so please put this on your website, bring a little awareness, take and utilize all the things that they have there. They're very social media driven, so if you have a social media account for your department or for your personal use, just put it out there. Little nuggets like I always think that help someone look for something and then interact. What's also good is they've revamped all of their programs for online educational tools also, so it helps everybody in this type of thing. And it is both in English and Spanish formats. They do have other languages. I think they have 12 right now. Safe Kids actually has 23 languages broken down for all their programs. This is some of the things that they sent out, and we pushed this out through the MSFA's website and through the committee. And then this is what they did for the awareness for National Burn Awareness Week. And I do know that this has been sent out. Kate, thank you, Kate, for sending this to everybody on the web page and to the committee. The NFPA has created what's called the desk reference. This is the second edition. Last time was in 2018. They've updated this, and they actually have 2 new sections. One is going to be on youth fire setters, and the other one is on pet safety. This document is about 50 pages long, and what's unique about it is you 6 or 7 key topics that you need to look at. So if you need a message right away, you can go to the desk reference about, like, say, smoking or carbon monoxide, or you're trying to do some kind of fast social media thing and you need a catchphrase. You could actually go to the reference, pull up something like that, and it actually helps you out. I keep this on my desk, so if I'm thinking about something, if something happens overnight, a fire could occur. Like the fire marshal said, we've had a lot of crazy calls this year. We did a great job last year, and I can't say thank you enough for everybody in that aspect. But having this material, it's free, and I am that person that, you know, we don't have a big budget. No one has a big budget for fire prevention. So these resources have become very acceptable for us. Through the United States Fire Administration, they've taken their stuff to another level also, being utilized on social media and the ability to share it instantaneously. They have all of their links. They've created stuff for the Twitter, the Facebook, and LinkedIn. They're all free materials also. You don't have to have an account at the United States Fire Administration. Just, I would actually get their updates. You can sign in, you can create an account with them, and then you can get their updates when they send things out. Bruce Bouch does a great job trying to get that stuff out to us as soon as possible, and once that comes out, we push it out as much as we can. And we do capture all this stuff for the backside of the members area of the MSFA. And what they did also is they created interactive resource and tools into these areas. And it's really, just go in there, take it. It is created, so you have a PDF, you have the JPEGs, you have the social media resource tools that link it, very simple, that you can just cut and paste. Because you just can't cut a Word document to a Facebook page. It has to be made into a JPEG. So, that's what, you know, you have that ability for those resource tools. And then Vision 2020, just to go through some things with you guys, they've also done some great updates. Their materials generator, just like what is going on with the NFPA, they also have something, and I guess I can go into this, can I? But the materials generator here should work. Let me see. Yep. Let me pull this up for you guys. What's unique about you can go in here, and let's say you have to go somewhere at a moment's notice, and you need a quick flyer, or you need to go somewhere and send something to somebody. You can actually go into their generator. Go into, like, say you have to deal with a falls prevention. Going there, and you scroll down, you can break it down to where you need to see. So this is geared towards older adults, and then you're going to be distributing it how? Individual homes, schools, or in the community, and that gives you the ability to create whatever you need. So let's say we're going to go to homes, and we're going to talk about that, and then you can pick English or Spanish, and then you hit next, and then you hit your flyer, and it gives you a simple picture. And what's unique about this is you can take this picture and change it to what reflects your community. And then down here, you have the ability to add 2 logos and your department's name. So this is a quick flyer. They also have door hangers that you have to make. And what they try to do is give you 3 to 4 simple messages that go on that door hanger, because you don't want a lot of writing in there. You want to be able to get your message across, get it clear, concise, and then give them the ability to go forward. Let me get out of this. And then, oops, I'm sorry. They also have links that you can go on and train, and they have worked very closely with the Oklahoma State University and ISTA, and I say this all the time. They have free training and resources. Please log in. You do have to create an account. There is actually a way that you can get college credits through them. And I do know that one time they were trying to figure out how that could be brought back to the state of Maryland, that you could take it and give it to one of your universities. I do know that's out there. They're trying to figure that way. Nancy Trench from that level is trying to figure out how they can transfer those credits to whatever you're dealing with. And then this is something that I wanted to show everybody. This is how they've created some of the different things. So they've created this under the partnerships with NFPA, the United States Fire Administration, through Fire Prevention, Fire Act grants, and Vision 2020. Everybody's coming together. They're all coming to get this simple state message. It's really important because we've had all these groups and all over the place, and we're all trying to get them back into hone and say, okay, we need to give you the most clear and concise message for our community, and that's what they're doing with partnerships, and that's a great thing to see with that. Oops, cancel. Let me go back in here. And then, and back in January 18th to the 24th, we did conduct a community risk reduction week, and we gave out each day had a different focus, and that was submitted through the Fire Marshal's office. Next year they'll do it again. This is the second year, so they this is a grassroots part of CRR. This is started through some people of a conversation at a Vision 2020 event, and they said, okay, well, let's take it from our level and get this done. So there's the 5 E's, which is education, engineering, enforcement, emergency response, and economic incentives. Each puzzle, which was unique about this time, you could actually take each puzzle a piece, take it apart, and then by the end of your week, you created back that circle that brings everybody together. And then we just had change your clocks, change your batteries. Actively, like the Fire Marshal said, we are looking at how to support hardwired smoke alarms. We are seeing more. We know that. That's what they're doing. That's great. But they're all starting to age. And we have to think about how we're going to help that next level. It's great that we can do this, but what's concerning is people are actually taking the hardwireds down and replacing them with the standalone. I can tell you that there's only 2 versions I'll work with, either Kidda or First Alert. There's no other smoke alarms I use. And they are now hardwired 10-year sealed smoke alarms. So there is no excuse. And I got to say it that way because that's why we're here, to educate our communities. They have to realize, and what we've done is during the time frame of change your clocks, change your batteries, we were sitting in stores in a safe distance last time, helping people understand. Well, they let us put up displays on their wall to help educate people coming in, saying, look, here's an opportunity. And the 10 years hardwired have come down in price. It's substantial. It used to be like $100 and some odd, you know. Now it's like down to like $30, $40 for a hardwired smoke alarm. And like the Fire Marshal said, those are interoperability issues. You take one of those people out of that circuit, they're not going to work. They're not going to facilitate their home. And that's what's concerning. We had an issue over in the county, Beltsville, We did, March 1st, we actually went back out into the public. The fire chief and the county executive released some of the things that we could do for our public, and that was the one thing with smoke alarms. So we've hit it very hard to get into the homes that have called our 311 program to ask for a working smoke alarm or help support the need of, they purchased it, they just don't know if they're gonna install it properly. Okay, take that phone call. You know, that's what we're here for. Our biggest thing is the concern was seeing the hardwired disabled and then going to that. They had a 10-year shield, that was great, because that's the only thing you can buy in the state right now, other than a 9-volt hardwired. That's a big precursor to that. But March 14th, last weekend, we spring forward, and just to remember, November 7th is fallback. So we still say change your clocks, change your batteries, but there's a lot of new buzzwords out there, so we want to hit it before it chirps. So we're going to think of a new slogan. A couple people have come up with ideas, so as a committee, we'll get together and we'll think of a new way to help support that message. And then hopefully our next meeting in person might be in June, but we'll let you know. But in the very end, I would just like to say thank you to everybody that's come here today, help support this mission of community risk reduction and support. We do have a link that's going to be going out to everybody. It is the, Cindy, I didn't get to put it in this. We have a certificate, and there's a link that'll come to you, and you'll fill in the actual survey. That's the link. Yep. So you get a survey, and once you get the survey done, you get a nice certificate. We're hooking you up this year. So, and then the link is very simple. Well, it's actually pretty long, but we'll work on getting it. It's out there.
I have it in, but people are not seeing it.
Okay.
I just went to another device to see, but they're not seeing the link that I typed in.
Okay.
The links are showing up.
All right.
So there's a way we can publish that either through the MSFA
Yes.
channel or
Yep.
Facebook so people have access.
Yes. We will republish this again. We'll get it out there. But it's going to be mdowixsite.com/blog/public educator seminar. Fill that out. Give us some ideas what you would like to see next year. And we'll start soon. We'll have Mom tell us when we have to come together in a group, and we'll work on getting some more information out there. Every time that something is released, we try to get it to you guys as soon as possible. And if there's anything that you all need help with, please don't hesitate to contact us. We're here. And we would also like to thank all the partners for today, MFRI, MIEMSS, the MSFA, and especially the State Fire Marshal. You know, our committee is a very strong committee of the association. I think it's one of the ones that I think, I'm not being biased, I think we are the strongest, one of the strongest committees that they have, and we're actively trying to make a difference, and that is to protect our citizens, and ultimately what we do keeps another person off a line of duty death. That is my ultimate thought process when it comes to this committee. We have twofold, fire service and our public. And we're one of the only committees in the state that actually actively think about that. A lot of the committees are focused mainly towards the fire service, but our committee is focused to everybody as a whole. Again, to MFRI, to Timmy, thank you so very, very much for allowing us to use this. Director Cox, greatly appreciated. To Dr. Delbridge, if you're listening, thanks a lot, buddy. I appreciate everything. Thanks for giving us a Cindy and Brian and Mr. Jim. And to Chuck Walker, thanks again for being our president. Thank you for our commitment of the committee. And who else am I thinking? Mike Wells. Well, Mike Wells was great. Please reach out to him. Great resource. Jim, thank you again for FABSCOM. Queens, thank you. And everybody in the room, Cindy, Daria, Holly, Mrs. Trago, Kay, you people back there. Feeling the love. Chris. I greatly appreciate everything. I mean, we couldn't have done this without the support of the MSFA and this committee. Snyder, thank you very, very much for taking the time of today and getting out this as much as possible. Brian and Scotty, thank you so much for everything that you all have done for us. Who knows if we were able to do this, but we were, and hopefully we'll be able to meet in person very soon. Thank you and have a great day.